job at aviation than half the pilots up there. What are they doing?
Brooke can't.
240 something people, I think. Hold on one second. India. I've only saw
Brooke
snippets
flying
of
my
it.
planes.
240 people aboard the Boeing aircraft.
Yeah.
242 people
Aircraft.
died.
What the
In the
fuck?
blink of
Where
an
do you
eye.
think that was gonna be, Brooke?
In the blink of an eye. I wonder how long it takes a plane to drop from 10,000 feet to the ground. Probably less than a minute.
What did
I would be willing to bet probably less than a minute. I mean, and put
Play-Doh?
yourself in that
No, not
position.
Play-Doh.
You asleep.
The guy in
You
the
got
Leaning
your kid
Tower
on
of
your
Pisa.
lap, your
How did he
husband
figure
sitting
it out?
next to you. Y'all flying from India to
Dropping
I don't know
bowling
where they were
balls
going,
and
but somewhere
basketballs
important.
and feathers.
They flying from India to
Maybe not feathers.
Indonesia, and all of a
Yeast
sudden,
balls.
lights start going off, sirens start sounding, a damn mask pops down out the ceiling, and you're in a free fall.
I don't like flying.
I mean, I'm literally getting chill bumps. It's one of the most horrific
Goosebumps? Chill bumps.
places to put your mind in.
Give me chill
in their
bumps.
shoes. It's horrific. It's terrifying. You have no control over the situation. You know the plane is barreling towards the ground.
Popular children's book
It has to
franchise,
be
Chill Bumps.
one of the most scariest things. And those poor people, they know. They know. For those that don't know, the ones that don't pass out, they are aware that they're about to die. And I think that's the saddest part, is that they have no control over it. And consciously they're aware of what's taking place, and it's got to be pretty flippin' horrific. And I mean, it's sad. Just like the American Airlines flight that was hit by the Black Hawk helicopter, Rebecca Lobach, she denied she failed to comply with orders.
Tony's lost his mind, by the way, guys.
From air traffic control, and she drove that Black Hawk right into American Airlines flight, and it killed people.
Ryan.
I mean, it's just
Lathan,
horrific.
Mr. Cranky,
this was an Air India flight.
Rainy.
It was bound for London, like I said, somewhere important. All 242 people on board are believed to be dead. The Boeing 787, it went down in a residential area near the airport in London. I can't find nothing wrote on this. They don't write anymore. They want to film everything and feed it to us. I want a report.
It's not satisfactory enough for Brooke. She wants the report.
Jesus Christ. So this area that it went down in.
She wants the black box. She's going to investigate all these plane crashes. I need coffee. I'll be back.
It actually burnt everything from the ground up. The buildings and everything else are torched. Man, I'm so sick of these pop-ups. Now I'm trapped. How do I get out of here?
It's sad when Brooke has to break news. Bad news to us, huh? I learned about a lot of bad news from Brooke, actually. I don't go looking for bad news.
They don't even want to write anymore. It's all pop-ups for videos. So the flight was bound for London's airport. Police say the plane crashed on Doctors' Hostel. More than 200 people dead. So it took off. It took off with 240 people on board, and then minutes later, after it took off, it crashed. This has been considered the worst aviation disaster in over a decade across the globe. The plane came crashing down in a residential area, crashing onto a medical college hostel outside of the airport during lunch hour. They've recovered 204 bodies from the site, and there was no reports of survivors being found. Jesus Christ. So some of the bodies that they found were in the plane, but some of the other bodies they found were civilians that were on the ground when the plane crashed. There's been other casualties because of the way that the plane crashed. It killed civilians that were out doing their daily routine. They were walking to coffee shops. They were about to go into this hostel. There's also other people that were tragically killed. It's not just the ones that were in the plane. And we saw this play out with the medical helicopter that crashed a few months ago. I think it was in Las Vegas, but I could be wrong. And when this medical helicopter crashed, it actually crashed into civilians who were parked in cars. And people, I mean, the jet fuel alone, or the helicopter fuel alone, is enough to ignite a huge fire. And we saw cars burn to the frame. And there was people in those cars. There was people walking down the street. The helicopter falling out of the sky led to more casualties on the ground. Relatives have been asked to give DNA samples to identify their loved ones. Parts of the plane's body were scattered around the building in which it crashed. Photographs and videos of the area showed the tail of the plane was stuck on top of the building. The plane crashed on top of the dining area of state-run BJ Medical College hostel, killing many medical students as well. Jesus Christ. Could you imagine being a parent? You think your kid is tucked away in a college hostel at medical school, and a damn freaking Boeing 787 falls out of the fucking sky and kills them. I mean, it's so extremely, like, I mean, that's pretty crazy. It's crazy. So it also killed medical students in India. I wonder how many people altogether. Are we talking like, so there was 442 on the plane, and then we talking like maybe another half dozen people? We talking a few people? Or are we talking dozens of people? I don't know. Oh, here we go. The passengers include 217 adults, 11 children, 2 infants, 169 were Indian nationals, 53 were Britons, 7 Portuguese, and 1 Canadian.
Like, just what Brooke likes reading first thing in the morning. I'm just listening to this while making coffee. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Cheese and rice, you guys.
And that sounds like, oh, I see.
Is your thing, like, is my thing
It's a 787-8 Dreamliner. And it's one of the most modern passenger aircrafts in service. That's concerning.
I think she's just correctly.
This was the first crash for the Dreamliner, which began flying commercially in 2011.
Interesting.
The plane that crashed on Thursday flew for the first time in 2013 and was delivered to Air India in January of 2014. The crash occurred just after the plane took off. Television channels reported. One channel showed the plane taking off over a residential area and then disappearing from the screen before a huge jet of fire can be seen rising into the sky beyond the houses. So the plane departed at 1:39 p.m. from runway 23. It gave a mayday call signaling an emergency. But thereafter there was no response from the aircraft. I wonder if, why would you, how do you got enough time to yell for mayday but you can't damn respond? Maybe the pilot realized that something was going wrong and said mayday, and then shit went wrong really quick and there was no other time to do anything. I mean, this plane is 50,000 times bigger than the pilot is. The pilot can only do so much from the cockpit, you know? Cockpit. So, weird. It's weird. All of these planes. So of course they'll probably get the black box, and they'll also check what's left of the plane. They'll probably see if he had engine failure, if there was, I don't know what could make a plane go down. Let's see. What What could make a plane go down? An airliner. The only thing I know of is engine failure. Damn,
Brooke.
Google.
What do you mean?
Pilot error.
Pilot error. Yeah. How can every plane is bigger than a pilot? First off, second, I've just watched the rehearsal. Nathan Fielder did like a whole show about aviation and the safeties, or aviation safety is basically what it's about. The fucking engine failure. Engine failure is not even that bad. It's like the plane has wings, it'll glide. Like it's just, you gotta make sure it lands, and even if it's in water, what's his face landed in water. There's a lot of scary things that could happen. There's that MCAS shit that like the plane has this automatic system that will like nosedive the plane because it thinks that it's about to stall when it's not. It's like an error. So like the pilot will be like, okay, I guess like the system's doing what it's supposed to, and it'll just like crash the plane. That's a big fucking issue. But I don't know. Let's see if Brooke finds out any of this shit. Oh, CJ, thank you. Gifting 10 memberships.
CTAY just gifted 10 memberships.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah. This is often the most common cause of accidents. Listen, mechanical failure, weather conditions, human mistakes, maintenance issues, communication breakdowns.
Is that
So
normal?
weird.
No, she blocked it. She doesn't even acknowledge. That's okay.
So it's probably going to take a few days or weeks for them to tell us what happened. It's kind of crazy that it keeps happening, though. You would think with all of the plane mishaps we've had in the past couple of weeks that, you would think with all of the plane mishaps that we've had in the past couple of months and weeks that they would really be doing their due diligence on trying to keep us all safe while we're in the air.
No, they don't give a fuck.
Call me crazy, but it seems like they're doing the damn opposite. It seems like these situations are amplifying. They're becoming more common. We have planes backing into each other on runways. That's done happen a half a dozen times in the past 6 months. How I know that they're extremely understaffed. We were learning about air traffic control and how extremely understaffed they are. That is, if we don't have planes in the sky, we need to hire more air traffic controllers. It's part of the safety mechanism that helps the whole system run properly. There's probably a reason these planes are falling.
Like, it's air traffic controllers. Nathan said it was like communication in the cockpit because like the power dynamic between a co-pilot and a pilot is a little skewed, and the co-pilot doesn't want to risk their job by correcting the pilot. So sometimes it's better to just crash and die than lose your job, which is insane to me, which is fucking insane. Nathan brought this to like the people, I don't know who the people in charge are. The people in charge is our attention, and they just kind of brushed him off. So I don't really think they care. I think they just want to make money. And like this, as long as plane crashes are still lower than car crashes, I really don't think they give a fuck.
Falling out of the sky, and it's probably because all systems are down, in my opinion. You know, we don't even have the people in positions that we're supposed to have them to even take those planes off the ground. We're completely understaffed when it comes to pilots, flight attendants, the insides of the airports, air traffic control. All systems are down, and in my opinion, this is what's leading to these accidents.
All systems are down.
I don't know what happened in India. It seems like they yelled out for Mayday, and then the plane immediately went down. It'll probably take them a few weeks at the most to figure out what happened. It took months for them to figure out that Rebecca Lobach flew a Black Hawk helicopter into the American Airlines flight, and thank God for them being honest about that, because they're honest about nothing right and left, and they both have their motives for covering up the dirt that they do. It's just, it's really concerning, and I would not recommend flying to anyone unless you absolutely have to right now, because these accidents are becoming more common.
There's actually less plane crashes than there usually are. I don't know. The last time Brooke told us about all these plane crashes, it really concerned me. So I looked into it, and it was actually at the time that she was first telling us about this, there was less plane crashes that month than there had been for the rest of the year. So it's also, I think, the media just trying to scare people too, to an extent at least. Like, I don't know why they would be writing so many stories about planes crashing if like there was the least amount of plane crashes in the year, unless like they have some ulterior motive. But I don't know, what would it be? Like, did the fucking writers work for Greyhound or something? Like, they don't want people flying, they just want people taking the bus or the train. Like, I can't wrap my mind around why they would do that. I don't know. Fear sells, maybe. People are gonna fly anyways.
Clearly across the globe, you know. Yeah, clearly across the globe.
Most recent crashes were private planes. I think that's an important thing to note as well.
So sad. I just imagine being there in that moment as the plane is free falling out the sky. You know what's going on. There's only one logical explanation as to why you're freaking laid back and you're, you know, you can feel it. Well, you're probably laid to the top of the plane, probably sprawled out on the damn roof as it's free falling. Physics. I don't know anything about it. I would just assume.
The physics. I don't know anything about it. Horticulture, paleontology.
That if the plane's falling out of the sky, then you're not going to be in a seat. And you're going to know what's happening.
Once you put your seatbelt on, I guess.
And it's horrific to think about and even put yourself in those shoes, but I can. Yo, I was doing some digging more on the Emily Pike story last night, and I found a whole article that was talking about, so for those that don't know who Emily Pike was a 14-year-old girl. She was part of a tribe out west. They found her dismembered and dead in the woods. She was staying in a group home called the MESA, M-E-S-A group home. The reason I officially found out why she was in a group home, let me tell you, she was in a group home because she had reported not one R word, but 2 different R words.
So they put her in a group home?
I think the craziest part of this is that we actually have the prosecutors stating the U.S. Attorney General's office said that Emily Pike's sexual assault case was never submitted for review. So here we have authorities who had custody of a child that they had stolen from her family because she was assaulted twice. She made a report of these assaults, and here the district attorney,
it means grape.
I'm sorry, the U.S. attorney is saying, oh, we dropped the ball on this.
Not that other word.
This is crazy. So in July of 2023, Emily Pike reported she was sexually.
That's maybe she's trying to be more advertiser friendly. Maybe she's been listening to some of the videos that I've been critiquing of her, and I'm like, this dumb, stupid person can't figure out her monetization settings, and she's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't say slurs and things that, you know, could be offensive to people.
Sexually assaulted while living in the San Carlos Apache Indian Reservation in eastern Arizona.
To be fair, I don't really think so. I don't know why she did that, to be honest. She's not that smart. I don't even want to dream about that, to be honest.
Sexual assault took place months before, 18 months before she was placed in the MESA home. So this is really what started Emily being taken by the state from her mother and then placed in a group home. She was taken because she was raped twice. Both of these offenders lived on the tribe reservation, and instead of charging these 2 men with sexual assault of a child, they put Emily in a home to get her off of the reservation, in my opinion. So instead of leaving
her opinion that she's based off of the news article that's full of pop-ups and shit that I don't know. A lot of news articles I read, I'll get to the bottom. Well, like, I'll read the article and then I'll realize that it was just like an advertisement for something, because there's like ad blockers and shit. So people are just hiring writers to write fucking ads as articles now.
A child on the reservation to continue to be sexually assaulted, they punished her even further instead of arresting the perpetrators that did this to her. Now, let me just remind you, this was a 14-year-old child, and the first sexual assault took place when she was 13. She reported both of these incidents, at which time she was removed from the tribe and stuck in a foster home. Well, it was a group home. So the poor child went through 2 traumatic events, had no one to turn to. She finally confided in the sheriff's office, which, by the way, sent the Fish and Game Ward out to interview her. They didn't even send a police officer that was accredited to take a report. They sent the Fish and Game Warden out to take these reports. And then when they found out how bad the problem was, They yoked her out of her home and put her in a foster home to separate her from the tribe. So
probably to separate her from the abuse.
instead of addressing the problem, which was the two perverts that sexually assaulted her, they turned a blind eye and they removed the victim out of the situation to re-victimize her through foster care.
I don't think she understands what the point of foster care is.
You got it? You got the picture? Because I've got a clear fucking picture and I'm pissed. This is ridiculous. This is how sexual predators
So she should have stayed with the people assaulting her?
stay in these communities and reoffend over and over and over. Fun fact, the average sexual predator has 13 victims. That's the average.
Well, I mean, like, the guy, whoever it is, should be in jail. But why are we concerned that she's away from the bad guys?
That's the average. 13 victims per perpetrator. And I can assure you that anyone that would escalate to R-wording a 13-year-old child, it's not the first time they've done it, honey. I can assure you this is not an isolated incident. These two men, in my opinion, that assaulted Emily were being protected not only by the tribe, but the police and local authorities in Arizona.
Why don't you get stabby on some PDF files then? Like, that would put me in a moral conundrum, Brooke, because I wouldn't be like, yeah, you shouldn't stab PDF files. I wouldn't say that. But I don't feel like I should be condoning violence at the same time. So it would put me in a sticky situation, you know? But why don't we put our fucking psychosis? Why don't we put our psychosis to good use?
These men had probably had multiple reports of this behavior. And the cops probably covered it up then too, because that's what they did in Emily's case. And history has a way of repeating itself. It sounds like local authorities knew that there was a huge issue with child sex crimes, molestation, and rape on these reservations. And instead of addressing the problem, arresting the perpetrators, they brush everything under the rug and they remove the children and put them in foster homes. It is really crazy. It's so sad because Emily had no one in her corner. No one. Her own mother's doing drugs, her grandmother's far away, her uncle's trying to be an advocate, but his hands are tied because the state has custody of her, half-ass. They're still trying to say they didn't have custody of her. I can assure you that they wouldn't have been able to place her in that mesa home if they did not have some form of fucking custody. It's crazy. The whole case is crazy, and she actually reported 2 sexual assaults, and I just want to be clear that it's my belief that they removed her from the Indian reservation because they didn't want to address the problem of sex crimes on these tribal reservations. And the U.S. Attorney's Office clearly states that her sexual assault cases were never submitted for review. So how would that happen? I'll tell you how that happened. The officer that went at the fish and game warden that went to talk to Emily, he never submitted the paperwork. It got swept under the rug because he didn't do his due diligence to bring this to everybody's attention by submitting the proper paperwork. It's that simple. And it just goes to show that they were trying to cover this up, in my opinion. You go out, you literally give this child the runaround as she is trying to report these sexual assaults, and then you never put in the paperwork, and so it's never properly investigated because of that. Listen, I don't know who this fish and game warden is, but we need to be looking at him as a suspect because I'm here to tell you.
Why was the fish and game warden even the guy to investigate this?
He's up to no good. He's probably been covering for perverts for years. The sheriff had to have knew, because otherwise a regular officer would have went out there. The sheriff is the one that sent the fish and game warden out there to take this police report. So why would the sheriff not send an officer that can do this the right way? Because he's in on it. Because he's covering up. Because he's crooked. Because he's corrupt. He knows that sexual assault against women and children are taking place on that reservation. He also knows the statistics. Well, he's a sheriff. We would assume that he knows these statistics, right? On how many indigenous women are being murdered across this country. Surely he knows the stats, right? Do you see what I'm saying, though? Why would the sheriff?
Is that what you learn when you get into work every day as a cop? The stats? Or they're like, these are the stats. Learn them. Now we got to go out and fight crime.
Give this child the runaround unless he was in on it. That's actually the only reason.
I found that like cops usually don't know stats or even the law. They just like arrest people and then they're like, oh, you know, if they did break a crime, the DA will charge them for something. Like, I don't know. There's good cops and bad cops. But I've seen cops just arrest people for no fucking reason. That
he would give her the runaround is that either A, he's being paid off, B, he knew about the abuse and he's protecting somebody, C, he's trying to live with blinders on so that there's not more problems in the community.
And then we got cops like whoever was sent to see what Brooke was up to yesterday, don't even make contact with her and just let people who threaten others' lives walk around and get more stabby.
D, he doesn't want to do his damn job and arrest these perpetrators. Listen, there's no in between. There's no in between. It's not sheer laziness. There's something corrupt going on there, 100%. So he needs to be in jail, whoever he is. And she reported 2 sexual assaults before going in to foster care. New details about the Arizona teen's prior victimization uncovered as murder investigation continues. Shortly after the second report, hold on. So this week they investigated 2 sexual assault allegations from Emily in 2023. Shortly after the second report, San Carlos Apache Tribal Social Service workers took custody of Emily. But wait a minute, in the last report you said y'all didn't have custody of her. Now y'all saying y'all took custody of her. Which is it? Y'all are government officials and y'all can't even get your goddamn stories right. And these are children. One minute they say they never took custody, that the mother relinquished her rights. Then the next statement, they say that they took custody. And then I read another report that she was actually in the custody of her grandma's and her grandma allowed for her to be placed at the Mesa home. There's no clear answers. I can assure you that they took custody of that child, probably under false pretenses, and maybe some true pretenses because her mama was a drug addict. So they absolutely, Emily was in the custody of Child Protective Services at the time of her murder. That is the principle, that is the important part, is that she was in state's custody and it was their responsibility to keep her safe, and they failed to do so. So after the second report, they took custody of her. She spent 18 months in foster care, including a Mesa group home, before she ran away in 2025. What is going on? Her body was found near Globe on February 14th. No suspects have been identified in her murder. On Thursday, the Federal Bureau of Investigations confirmed that agents investigated a report that Emily was sexually assaulted in the White River area in early 2023. The alleged crime occurred at Fort Apache Indian Reservation. Federal court records show that the man was indicted in 2024 on counts of aggravated sexual abuse, abusive sexual contact, and sexual abuse of a minor. One of the victims listed in the indictment was between the age of 12 to 14 years old. Now, this was not Emily. This would be an additional victim. It's the man that Emily reported, but he also was facing other sexual abuse allegations after he had assaulted Emily. He was charged with charges for hurting Emily, but they were later dropped, as well as all of these other charges for the other victim. They were dropped as well. One of the victims listed in the indictment was between 12 and 16 years old when the crime occurred. Federal court records show the man was ordered to be detained in federal custody pending trial slated for July. Emily also reported in July of 23 that she was sexually assaulted by a different perpetrator on the Indian reservation. A spokesperson for the U.S. Attorney's Office in Phoenix told ABC 15 the July 2023 case was never, quote, submitted to her office for review. No criminal charges were ever filed. No, but she was re-punished and re-victimized by being taken away from her home and placed in a different home where they were probably abusing her some more, because that's how that works. Some people are so obsessed. Do you see this? Yeah, it's just so frustrating because I don't understand why they let those guys go. I mean, I do. It's politics. It's native land politics. That's why they let them go. 100%. Good morning. So, I did not know this. Y'all know I love the diagnostic manual. I hope you have a great day too. The DSM-5, which is what we're on now. We've had multiple DSMs, DSM-1, DSM-3, they revise it and update it. What the DSM is it's a diagnostic statistic manual to diagnose people with mental health problems. It's literally one of the, next to the Bible, right after the Bible is the DSM-5. It is literally one of the most important medical books that is revised every so often that we have, and it has all of these mental health disorders in it, any and everything that you could ever think of, some things that you don't even think of. And that's what I want to talk about, because I talk about voyeurism all the time and how this problem with voyeurism is getting worse in society. And then last night I got to doing some research on the matter, because I know I told you guys that people like Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer, they all started with voyeuristic practices. And
all the serial killer superstars, I won't be able to hear her for like, I don't know, a couple minutes because my fucking neighbors. So I'll be back. Back.
As it just so happens, there's actually a medical diagnosis for this behavior. And so I did a deep dive on it last night, and it's crazy. The Diagnostic and Statistic Manual of Mental Disorders, the 5th edition, provides diagnostic criteria for voyeuristic disorder. Voyeuristic disorder. So this is a mental health condition, mainly in men. We do have cases of women being this way, but it's mainly men. It is a mental health disorder where they like to spy for sexual gratification on unassuming victims. People, like I said, Ted Bundy, he actually was very meticulous in his voyeurism. He would watch people for hours upon hours. The victims that he wanted to subdue, torture, and murder, he would watch them sometimes for days. He would go out in his car and he would sit where he knew the victim was going to be coming in from school or maybe driving home from work. He would follow her and watch her, or he would post up in a public place and he would watch her until he decided to murder her. It's been said that Ted did this to most of his victims. He would be watching from afar and then it escalates. Thank you so much. Thank you, Void. You're filling my void this morning. Thank you. So he would watch these women from afar, and then he would make a plan based off of their behavioral patterns, how to abduct, torture, rape, and kill them. So the criteria, the first one requires reoccurrent and intense sexual arousal from observing an unsuspected person who is naked in the process of disrobing or engaging in sexual activity as manifested by fantasies, urges, and behaviors. And this behavior would last over a period of 6 months. And so we usually see the onset, I think that's the word, the onset of this order, ironically, around 15 years of age. Sometimes it's crazy how I know things without knowing things. I always talk about this. I talk about the psychological problems in teenage boys almost a daily basis. Look at the little 19-year-old I had to run off the other day. It's getting worse.
You didn't have to run. He was looking for a fucking barber shop. I'm back now. Aha, I'm awake.
See me online, they come up with a parasocial relationship in their head, and then they try to come out and interact with me. And I've had children as young as 15 trying to take explicit videos of me while working out, which is crazy. So it's so ironic that the onset of this mental disorder is 15 years of age. So the second criteria requires acting on such
Thank God Brooke isn't like influencing any other creator to have them think like this too or something. Like, so wacky.
Urges with a non-consenting person or experiencing, quote, clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or important areas of function as a result of sexual urges. So this would be someone who cannot take the word no. You know, like the man in the minivan that kept popping up trying to watch me through my front windshield down in Jacksonville. We caught him on camera like 4 times. He thought I was asleep back there in my bed. He thought I was asleep. I did not have a window cover on the front windshield, so he would pull up right in front of my car and get out of his car so that he could look through my front window to watch me. That is voyeurism.
Why doesn't she have dash cams? Like, why wouldn't you report that? Why are you just, I don't know. I really don't like people who just make a big public spectacle out of things when, what if this guy is a pervert? And what if he is looking to hurt women? And he just had a near miss with you that you could have like actually tried to get him, I don't know, charge or something for. But instead, you're just going to like use this story that I don't really believe as like some way to make yourself a victim. When this guy could be like creeping on other women now. So he didn't help any other potential victims. This guy is still out there. And like, I don't know, get dash cams. So like you would have some evidence of this.
The fact that he done it 3 or 4 times tells me how unsafe he is, because he keeps coming back trying to implement the same behavior, which is insanity, because I just get angrier every time I have these interactions, and then I'm ready to come for your throat. But these perverts don't understand why they're behaving this way. And matter of fact, we're going to learn in a minute that there's actually no reform for them, as I always say. The third criteria requires that a person experiencing the requisite arousal
No remorse for trying to get a haircut and run into a psychopath.
and the acting on the experienced urges to be at least 18 years of age. So it's saying that they cannot
Even though she claims, she's like, I'm out here, I'm just trying to help everybody.
know someone with voyeurism disorder until around 18 years of age, like bipolar disorder and some other schizophrenia. I think you have to be like 18 for them to diagnose that. So, and I might be wrong about that. So, the recognizing that sexual curiosity is common during adolescence and puberty in terms of...
They're probably all in her like other iCloud accounts that she's forgotten the passwords to, because she thinks that's why Apple makes passwords, is so you forget them and have to buy another iPhone. Could you imagine? It's just like gigabytes of cloud storage of all this shit, where it's like the Planet Fitness incident. It actually proves the opposite of what Brooke is saying. That'd be great.
Gender-related diagnostic issues, voyeuristic disorder is described as dangerous. Hold on one second. Good morning. Once voyeurism behaviors take place, they typically do not stop. Over time, it may become the main form of sexual gratification for the voyeur. The course of voyeurism tends to be chronic. So this is a chronic psychological mental health issue that these mainly men are implementing in society.
There's
and
an
it
error.
usually stems from, it can stem from, we're going to talk about that in a second, but they usually experience something or witness something that they should not be witnessing or seeing. Ironically, there's certain people that hated their mothers, like Ted Bundy, I do believe. There's a lot of serial killers that have this disdain for women, and it shows in their crimes. There's attachment issues that lead to this psychopathic behavior, the sexual predator that they become. It usually has to do with a lack of parental guidance, a lack of attachment, proper bonding. We talk about RAD over here all the time. Little boys have RAD too, which is reactive attachment disorder. It's where their parents do not bond with them, and it causes them to become a psychopath.
So Brooke's kids probably psychopaths, but hopefully not. I don't know where she's getting her facts from, actually.
Ted Bundy was one of those people. He had huge attachment issues, and it escalated into rape and torture and murder, and he started out with voyeurism, and even when he made it to the point of killing women, he still enjoyed the act of voyeurism. It was like foreplay for him before he would kill a victim. He would go out and watch them for hours, sometimes days. And this course of voyeurism...
And if he had just got hit by a car, like in Back to the Future, he probably would have learned his lesson. And he would never been a voyeur again, but there's not enough people like hitting others with cars these days.
Voyeurism
That's a joke.
tends to be chronic. This is not something that goes away, and the reason for this is that most patients that suffer with voyeurism disorder are completely incapable of even acknowledging that they have a problem with spying on people, and that there's sexual gratification that comes with the spying upon people who are unassuming. They're incapable admitting that they have a problem, just like pedophiles. And unfortunately, they fall into the category as pedophiles. They absolutely do. These are sexual predators.
Yeah, I'd say breaking your arm, leaving it broken for 2 weeks would cause PTSD.
That will and can escalate in crimes. You know another one that was like this? D'Angelo, the Golden State Killer. I can't remember his first name. He was also a voyeur. He started out peeking through blinds when he was 13 years old, 14 years old. He would go creep around the neighborhood and watch girls. Ted Bundy started off the same way. He would go out in the middle of the night and creep on his neighbors. Pay attention, y'all. This ain't no joke. These problems are getting worse. I have to deal with voyeurs almost every single day. Almost every single day.
In public?
The prognosis for eliminating voyeurism tends to be poor because individuals with this disorder typically have no desire to change their patterns of behavior. So perverts want to be perverts. Since voyeurism involves non-consenting partners, it is against the law in many jurisdictions. The possibility of embarrassment may deter some individuals. That's not been my experience.
But, like, aren't you always being watched, I guess? I don't know. At least for ads, for marketing. There's microphones and everything. And there's cameras and everything. And I don't know when they're on or when they're not. And, like, I don't know. There's a lot of CTV cameras. You should just probably assume somebody's watching you at some point. Almost always. Unless you got, like, no devices in your house.
And it says, once
Maybe not in real time, but like, doesn't the NSA keep all that shit?
voyeurism behaviors start, they do not stop. They typically do not stop. Over time, it may become the main form of sexual gratification for the voyeur. The course of voyeurism tends to be chronic. The onset for the disorder is, onset. I tried. The onset for the disorder is normally before the age of 15 years old. Some studies have shown that men express voyeuristic tendencies more often than women, but the disorder is not unique to males. The prevalence rate of this abnormality is not known. Some research suggests that people in the U.S. are showing more voyeuristic characteristics due to the increase in reality television shows being aired. Yes. Social media platforms, dating apps, reality TV, it's all added to the problem. Porn.
Well, but that's the, I guess, conundrum for a reality TV show producer is like the people being filmed need to consent to be filmed, so they're aware that they're on TV. They're going to be acting different, and then things get boring, and then they got to kind of create situations, and then it kind of doesn't become reality TV anymore. It's more like, I don't know, you're manipulating people who aren't actors to get into situations that you think will make for good TV. But theoretically, I guess, like, if they didn't know they were being filmed, it would be reality TV. But that's illegal because of voyeurism. I don't know. She just thinks like everyone wants to have sex with her.
Men are more...
And it's weird because I think she's one of these people who would be on reality TV. Like, she likes a camera on her all the time. That's why she's fucking streaming like all the fucking time. All the time.
Men are much more likely to be diagnosed with voyeurism than women. There does not seem to be any differences with cultural presentation of voyeurism. However, the social nature of the prohibited activity, it appears to be an important factor in the sexual arousal pertaining to voyeurism. Voyeurs tend to harbor feelings of inadequacy and to lack social and sexual skills. How do I know it? Like, I knew all of this before I did a deep dive, but I thought I knew something, and now it's like, whoa, this is crazy. So there's actually 8 different paraphilic disorders. These are sexual psychological disorders, and matter of fact, there used to be more than this, but because of political reasons, things like homosexuality was taken out of the DSM. They have done studies on homosexuality, and there's a 77% chance that it is environmental why these people become pathological. There's only a 33% chance that it's biological, that gay people become gay people. There is a 77% chance that gay people are gay because of environmental reasons.
Where did this come from, Brooke? Where did you get these stats?
Environment that they grow up in. And that's the truth. You can fact.
She went to like some, what's those camps? What do they call those? Correctional camps or something? I don't know, where they try to make you not gay, and she's getting all these stats from there. Where did this even come from? She's just pulling this shit out of her ass?
Check me on that. It's crazy that homosexuality was taken out of the DSM because of political reasons, just like they tried to take out body dysmorphia and all of these other mental health issues that we had years of research on.
I don't want to hear Brooke talk about science. Brooke's mad that science books got smaller over the years. She thinks that they got rid of the science or something.
So
they're taking all the science out of the books, honey. I don't read anything at the library. I just come in here and film the size of books.
There's actually more paraphilic disorders.
We should have filmed the size of your brain.
But they've taken them out for political reasons, is my point. So the DSM-5, the 8 paraphilic, I can't say it, disorders are voyeuristic disorder, exhibitionist disorder, sexual masochism, sexual sadism disorder, pedophile disorder, fetish disorder, and transvestite disorder. So there's a psychological reason for why people would be behaving this way, and also there's a psychological reason why gay people are gay, and that's been proven over 100 years ago, but research has been forgotten because of political reasons. So let's talk about the treatment for these people. As it said in that last thing, it says that these people are less likely to get help because they're less likely to admit that they have a problem. And that's been my experience. A lot of these voyeurs, because they haven't been busted, they don't have the shame that comes along with it. If they are shamed from the start, then it deters the behavior. But if they're allowed to be perverts in the wild, then the behaviors escalate into sex crimes. So
I think what she's trying to say is that gay people are criminals or something, but I don't think that's the case. Does she realize that gay people were treated pretty poorly up until recently? So maybe it was like people who just get treated really poorly for an extended period of time end up maybe doing bad things themselves, and some of those people may have been gay too. Like, I don't know, Brooke. I don't know why she hates gay people so much. It's insane. I think she is a little gay. She loves women. She's like, that woman's so beautiful. Oh. No, like, I don't know, it's closeted shit. Maybe it's just closeted rage.
yep, and all those homosexuals that were having homosexual sex are now burning in hell. God is clear in his word. We
Yeah,
operate
okay.
on facts over here, not feelings.
Brooke, I'll see you in hell. We'll meet up in hell.
Voyeuristic disorder. Voyeuristic disorder is a paraphilic disorder. There's several such disorders with referring to sexual interest. So this category of mental health disorders is all sexually based, and there's a psychological reason why they're attracted to who they're attracted to, or what they're attracted to, or the way that they reach gratification. Sexual interests, preferences, fantasies, urges, and behaviors outside the norm, these are considered symptoms of a disorder if they're acted upon in ways that have potential to cause distress or harm to oneself or victims.
It's like the song Basket Case too. Do you have the time to listen to me whine about nothing and everything all at once? And that's literally Brooke.
Especially non-consensual others. The individual normally experiences sexual arousal when spying intentionally on unexpected people. The person being watched may be naked. As we said before, these people are actually referred to as like peeping toms. I'm sure if you grew up when I did, you know what a peeping tom is. No specific cause has been determined for voyeuristic disorder. However, certain risk factors tend to coincide with the person becoming a voyeur, including substance abuse. I'm always talking about the creepy meth heads. Sexual abuse, and being hypersexualized. Some experts suggest that given the opportunity, many people have voyeuristic tendencies but are afraid to admit it or get caught. Voyeuristic disorder may stem from an accidental sighting of someone who is naked, and this would be when a child was somewhere between the ages of 8 and like 15. Pivotal moment in their little brains. Let's say that they have, I heard a psychologist talk about this when it came to Ted Bundy. Let's say that Ted did not have a good relationship with his mother. He never bonded with his mother, and he absolutely started
Heard that as Tefloni, and I was like, who's Tefloni? She said Ted Bundy.
hating her. But at around the age of 10, hypothetically, he accidentally sees her
Tefloni.
naked. That rage then somehow psychologically becomes lust, and these
Super
people
serial killer Tefloni.
try to kill their mother over and over through sexual fantasies. It's kind of crazy, the psychology behind it, and I've heard several people talk about Ted specifically, but also how these perpetrators, how they get the voyeuristic tendencies is through a lack of bonding, instability in the home, trauma and or abuse ongoing, and then some kind of attachment issues with the primary caregiver. But as this is talking about, it may stem from an accidental sighting of someone who is naked, disrobing, or participating in sexual activity. Continued viewing then reinforces and perpetuates the behavior to the point to where it goes beyond what is considered culturally acceptable or normal, and it becomes pathological, which is a mental health disorder. So a lot of these serial killers that started with voyeurism, if we look into their childhoods, we can actually see that they had huge attachment issues, prior abuse, whether it was sexual or physical or psychological. John Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy, even people like Ed Gein was known to be a voyeur. And we know that Ed Gein's mother strictly prevented him from talking to any kind of women, and she made Ed Gein worship her, and she scared him away from women in society. That's the nipple belt man, remember?
No, I don't remember. I was gonna say, who is that?
That's what I'm saying. Something like
The
Ed Gein
nipple
is the
belt
perfect
man?
situation. His mother made him despise all other women. She taught him that all the other women were evil and that they were whores, and his mother made him worship her. He probably, there is, in my opinion, he was unnaturally attached to his mother in a sexual manner, and that's what we see. When the lack of bonding is there with people like Ted and his mother, Ed and his mother, when the lack of proper bonding is there, there becomes an unnatural bonding in a sexual way, which leads to these men psychologically getting this disorder. And then some people take it farther than that, like Ted, and they kill. What was his name? D'Angelo. The Golden State Killer, he was another one that absolutely, if I'm not mistaken, despised his mother and had this unnatural attraction sexually to the caregiver, but not an actual bond like it's supposed to be had. And this is what this is talking about. But also, it says it becomes pathological. Risk factors as cataloged by the DSM-5 include childhood sexual abuse, substance use, and sexual preoccupation, and hypersexuality. We are seeing these problems get worse because of pornographic material front and center. I know a lot of y'all don't want to have this conversation, but the cell phones that are being given to children, kids are curious, okay? They're watching it, specifically the little boys. You know how I know? Because they're out here in the streets hunting for me.
That's how I know, because they're hunting for me. Planet Fitness with my vajayjay in the air. You can put parental locks on shit, can't you? You should, if you're gonna give your kid a device that can access all the information on the planet, you should probably learn how to parental lock that shit, or wait until they're adults. I don't know. That's my advice.
Sexual preoccupation and hypersexuality. Both of those things are going to come with extreme porn watching, creating fake fantasies, unrealistic sex expectations in the head. All of this stuff comes from this porn, and this is why these problems are getting worse in society, and it will continue to get worse. It's been a problem for decades. I didn't know that this was even in the DSM-5. There's a name. There's a psychological, pathological reason for why these people are behaving this way. The individual normally experiences sexual arousal.
Remember pagers? Your parents would send you off with a fucking pager, and then it'd beep, and then you take a quarter and you go to a payphone and you call them. And it'd be like, I'm alive. The olden days.
Also, when spying intentionally on unsuspected people. So weird. Individuals with voyeuristic disorder experience sexual arousal from observing others, and this arousal can manifest as fantasies, urges, or behaviors that cause distress, impairment in social or personal functioning, or lead to law breaking. And so I went to go find a study on how many of these, and unfortunately,
the study didn't exist? What kind of study were we looking for?
we don't even know, like, we can't even get a baseline for how many of these perpetrators are out here suffering from voyeuristic tendencies or disorder, because as the article said, they never come forward. It's literally the last group of people that will admit that they were wrong.
What about that movie you told us to watch, Voyeur? He admitted to a bunch of stuff, and then they were like, I don't know if this stuff actually happened.
It's just like a rapist or a pedophile. I never harmed that child. That child came on to me. You know how they do. So it's the same thing when it comes, this is still a sexual predator, so it's the same thing. They will deny and lie, and so some of the things that they can do is cognitive.
I think if Brooke ever made contact with someone, physical contact with someone, she'd be done. She'd go to jail. I don't know how she gets away with the communicating threats thing. Maybe there's some mental court aspect to it, because she definitely communicated threats to Planet Fitness lady. And they were, for whatever reason, they're like, don't worry, Brooke, you get out, and just put you on probation or whatever, even though, like, you're a violent offender. So, it surprises me as well, but I guess they want to wait until something bad happens. They shouldn't have to get to that point, in my opinion.
Cognitive behavior therapy, which is the main leading, that's the leading
But I don't think she would even get away with spitting on someone at this point.
recommendation for pretty much most mental health disorders, but they're not even coming forward. So some of the things that experts believe that peeping toms can serve as a training ground for serial killers. You don't say. So
you got to think of it like this too. Like, I don't know if the 19-year-old called the cops, but if there's no victim, like if the cops are just getting calls like from the internet, they're not going to watch a 4-hour stream of Brooks to find the one clip, right? So I'd hope the cops will like look at other clips. Maybe people were sending them clips. I don't know why the cops, if they saw the clip, wouldn't be like, well, that's not good. I don't know. Maybe they just think it's all for show or something.
one of these 3 reasons is they're able to isolate and watch potential victims. This allows them to learn about individuals and their routines, overcome psychological barriers. Peeping Tom behavior can help individuals familiarize themselves with boundaries and prepare for further invasions of privacy.
Got that PB&J in here.
Voyeurism can provide a sense of domination and control over victims without their knowledge. So this is some of the reasons that they do this. It's about power. Let's talk about some of the killers that have actually been voyeurs. I was on an online forum looking up the 7, it's the psychological check markers for who's going to be a killer, and it listed seven things. Ironically, voyeurism was number 7 on the list of markers, criteria to become a serial killer. So one of them was intelligence, because for those that don't know, people like Ted Bundy and John Wayne Gacy, they actually had quite high IQs, not high, but above average. So it was intelligence, voyeurism, and then it was like, I forgot, I'm sorry. I forgot the other 5, but it was like the checklist of what makes a serial killer. And voyeurism was on that list, and I found that interesting because I've always said that these things are going to escalate, and peeping toms will become, at the very least, they will commit sex crimes, in my opinion. So Joseph D'Angelo, that was his name. That was the Golden State Killer. Investigators believe he first began his alleged criminal career secretly watching others. And they're saying that this dates back to his teenage years. He was doing this when he lived at home with mama and daddy, and he was running around the neighborhood in the middle of the night, spying on young girls that were neighbors of his. I mean, it's absolutely a complete invasion of privacy. Dennis Rader, the BTK killer, he would watch women for long periods of time before attacking, learning about their...
In my professional opinion, as an attempted serial killer myself, this is why this is happening, and they're like this.
Habits and developing attack strategies. It's as simple as somebody watching you from afar. Let's say somebody was watching me out right here. Somebody's parked right there, and I'm going to get out of the car. I grab my computer. I grab my purse. I put my keys on my thing a certain way. I put my phone in my back pocket. He can see by watching me where my car keys are, where my cell phone went. That helps him better plan for a crime and an attack. All they need to do is sit and watch you for a little while, and they'll know enough. Y'all know why people watch? I be people watching every day. That's my part-time
It takes one to know one. Brooke has been plotting murder for a while.
job. It is. I gotta. Ain't nobody else gonna protect me. I gotta do my due diligence to pay attention to what's going on around me, and that's how predators also get access to the victim. They can learn everything about you just from watching from afar. It's crazy. Derek Todd Lee, the Baton Rouge serial killer, he began his foray into crime as a peeping Tom, stalking women and watching them in their homes. Philip Hughes, he was also known for prowling his neighborhood naked at night, peering into houses and breaking in to steal women's underwear. Timothy Wayne, K-A-R-J-C-I-R.
How is her chat so dead?
At age 13, he became
That's
a
a whole
peeping Tom
chat.
and exposed himself in public, later escalating to rape and murder. Jason Scott, videos found at his home showed he was an extreme peeping Tom who stole car keys and cars.
I guess she forgot she's not supposed to say grape today. She said it fine there.
R-E-L-O-W-I-C-E.
Bombastic
He displayed
Sada.
predatory behaviors as a sexual offender and was convicted of the rape and murder of Libby Squire. I want to look more into, hold on one second. Here we go.
Way too many. Everyone else is scared. Like this guy's face. So
serial
scared.
killers are known for heinous acts of violence that strike fear across the country, but many of the nation's most well-known serial killers got their start with a far more insidious crime. Insidious? Listen, roll with it, okay?
Insidious?
Investigators say that Ted Bundy suspected...
What was the word she said, like, terrible the other day? Yesterday?
Golden State Killer Joseph D'Angelo and Dennis Rader, known as BTK, all...
Requiem for a Dream?
Honed their criminal skills as peeping Tom during their teen years and early adult years. Other killers such as Derek Todd Lee and Philip Hughes were also known for peeping on
We got an angry one. Let me find it. I'll post it.
unexpected
This
victims.
one. She's angry here. She's angry.
So there's a criminologist and author of a book, Why We Love Serial Killers, The Curious Appeal of the World's Most Savage Murders, said that voyeurism or peeping on others can be part of the natural evolution of sexual crime activity. So as I've always said...
Yeah, we need a brighter one, I think.
There's an escalation.
Maybe I can tweak it, make it brighter. I got no legs, Construction King.
So they're talking about it starts with the peeping Tom watching someone from outside their home without their knowledge, or escalating to more serious crimes such as going into the house while no one's home and stealing underwear, or they find other items that they find sexually arousing. Investigators say that they believe D'Angelo, who was arrested in 2018 for 13 murders, he began his alleged criminal career watching others.
That's okay. I have legs anyways.
That would also explain why he was able to get access into the homes and stuff and know when these people were going to be asleep and stuff, because if you remember, he was the one that would stack plates on the victims. Remember, they would usually be asleep and he'd wake them up with a gun in their face, if I recall. So he had to have been watching them close up to know the perfect time to strike to even commit these burglaries and rapes and murders.
Well, that's what she calls this, huh? She's like, I gotta get out of the house more. And I always thought that was a weird thing to say because she doesn't have a house.
Charismatic Louisiana resident suspected of killing at least 7 women.
At least she says she doesn't have a house.
During his reign of terror began his foray into crimes as a peeping Tom. Former neighbor Eddie Berry told the Times in 2003 that Lee was caught peering into women's windows as an early teen. So everybody knew he was peeping, but nobody knew why.
Her algorithm is like this because she'll search the most insane shit. She'll be like, serial killer cops. Who wants to know about a serial killer cop?
And nobody did nothing about it. No one called the police, though, she says.
She, like, just thinks up insane, bad stuff, and she's like, I wonder if this exists. It does exist. Ah, the world's evil.
I guess people thought he was being curious and he would grow out of it eventually. And that's why Brooke's talking about it this morning. Because this is not something they grow out of. This is something they evolve into, and they carry with them into adulthood. And it needs to be talked about more, because this behavior doesn't go away. This is a psychological, pathological issue that's not just going to go away. See, if they would have reported him for voyeurism, which is a misdemeanor charge, I do believe, if they would have reported him for peeping, maybe that misdemeanor charge would have deterred this behavior, because that is what studies show.
Uh-oh. Hopefully she doesn't see this guy. He's going to be a stalker.
Sometimes the shame of being caught is enough to prevent them from reoffending, but most of the time that still don't even work. There is no reform for these people. They're psychologically not wired right.
Remember when she was like, this is my last vape? Like a month ago?
Later, Lee would be arrested on peeping Tom charges, including an occasion in '99 where he waited outside a woman's bush before following her inside of her apartment uninvited. Something I found interesting was the psychological, like, the age at which they get to these psychological parts of their perversion. So it said that the onset for the voyeurism disorder would be before 15 or around 15. Most serial killers don't start killing till their 20s. Although most serial killers don't begin killing until they reach their 20s, their fantasies of domination, control, and power typically begin in adolescent and early childhood. I always thought that perverts were born perverts, but after researching this, I'm starting to see that there's a psychological traumatic reason, or even if it's just not being able to bond with caregivers, it's enough to psychologically stop early childhood development and toss these children into sexual fantasies and urges that lead them down a dangerous path. I used to think that perverts were born perverts, and now learning about this, I'm starting to see that there is a...
I wonder if she's just like... Is she just hitting the weed vape and has the nicotine patch on? Like, that would make sense, right? But if she's just doubling up on nicotine and then wondering why she feels like shit all the time, it's because you're running off nicotine and protein and electrolytes, which is just salt. You know what I mean? Like, it's just minerals to help you absorb water. So I don't know. I don't think that's healthy. She's gonna... I'm surprised she hasn't had some kind of health complication, like a kidney stone or something.
Reason, or there could be a reason, why these people's heads are not screwed on right. It is so important to bond with children. Most of these serial killers did not have a stable environment, much less a loving bond with their parental figures. And as you can see, they ended up being killers. I think there's a lot to say for that, and I think we should look into that more, and we will, because I really thought that these people were born this way, with an affliction for children or something, you know, and now I'm starting to see that there's a mental health reason that this would be happening. So I've learned a lot through learning about this disorder, and I didn't even know it was a disorder. Ugh. So the BTK killer admitted to some woman that he was a pen pal with in prison. He began watching women long before he ever committed his 10 heinous murders in Wichita, Kansas. So BTK himself has admitted that he began watching women years before he started killing.
Or this one?
And it is true. So the onset of these behaviors, voyeurism disorder, is going to be before 15 or by 15, and then it will amp up by their 20s, and they're committing sex crimes and or rape and murder, which is crazy. And not all, but when you go to find out how many, there's no numbers. So that's concerning. BTK also admitted that when he was stationed in the army over in Germany, he would break in and enter to women's apartments and steal their underwear.
Well, it looks like a cigar.
So creepy.
But that makes sense. That's one. And then this is her other
Investigators believe that D'Angelo may have also proudly stripped naked during the series of crimes often attributed to the East Area rapists. According to
white
blah, 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 victims in the first and third attacks reported that their attacker was naked from the waist down. Predators may also be M-wording while peering in the windows of homes, further fulfilling their sexual desires. Part of that sexual gratification is why they do this. It fulfills the fantasy and need and of itself, but it also does not serve the purpose of helping the perpetrator for the next strike or the next victim. Really creepy, but apparently more common than I thought. There are some different opinions on the origins of voyeuristic behavior. One opinion is derived from the Freudian
got 2 laptops, 3 phones.
Psychoanalytic studies. This theory places an emphasis on childhood abuse and the harboring of childhood traumatic memories.
She's got OBS. I've never seen her use it once.
Hold on 1 second.
To be fair, she thinks she can edit on OBS. That's not what OBS is for. Where's Spider Brooke?
So here we go. I'm just gonna show you what I mean when I talk about how these types of people are built psychologically. So we'll just do Ted Bundy, for instance. Ted Bundy was born Theodore Robert Cowell to Eleanor Louise Cowell. His biological father's identity has never been confirmed. You know, ironically, the lack of a male figure in the home is also responsible for a lot of men becoming homosexual. It's kind of crazy. The lack of both parental figures, the mother and the father, it is necessary for early childhood development for the child to have both parties present. And if the lack of those relationships are built, like if those relationships are, the lack of those relationships being built psychologically impacts the child. And studies have shown that a lot of homosexual men actually had a lack of parental figure, male figure in their life. And Ted also had no father. His father was non-existent, and he didn't even know who his father was. So he would have been raised by a single mother. And hold on 1 second. So Louise claimed that she met a war veteran named Jack Worthington, who abandoned her soon after she became pregnant. Census records revealed that several men by the name of Jack Worthington and Lloyd Marshall lived near Louise when Bundy was conceived. Some family members expressed suspicion that Bundy was sired by Louise's own father. So this could have been a case of incest. And I can assure you, if incest is going on in the home, that there's a lot more going on behind it that Ted would have grew up around, which could have caused these massive problems psychologically. So some woman named Dorothy Lewis claimed that she received a sample of Bundy's blood and that the DNA that they tested had confirmed he was not the product of incest. But he still didn't know his father. He's being raised by a single mother. And actually, he was raised by his maternal grandparents. There we go. Boom. So he never bonded with his mother. He never bonded with his father. The first 3 years of his life, Bundy lived in the Roxborough neighborhood of Philadelphia with his maternal grandparents. Boom. And a psychopath, a sexual sadist was made. The importance of these bonds are the most important thing.
Take care.
It's the most important thing for early childhood development is a proper bond between caregivers. The mother and the father relationship is imperative for the success of the child. And we see what happens when they have neither one. Now, I'm not blaming this man's sexual crimes on his parents, but I am saying that it absolutely had a psychological impact into who the man that he would become. The couple raised him as their son to avoid the social stigma accompanied by childbirth outside of wedlock at the time. And I do believe that he was told that his mother was his sister. I have a little experience of this kind of family clusterfuck myself.
Yeah, she says that her brother is her mom and her mom's cousin had her brother.
My older brother, they didn't even tell me was my older brother until I was like 10 or something. It's extremely dangerous and wrong to lie to a child and tell that child that someone else is their mother or someone is their sister when that's their mother. That does extreme psychological damage to the child. You are telling the child that no one is to be trusted. You're the first person to betray that child by lying to it. We definitely need to crack into that, because there has to be a stat somewhere that talks about how detrimental it is to a child's early childhood development to lie to them about family situations. There has to be a study somewhere. So parents were his parents and that his mother was his oldest sister. Ooh, chill bumps. This would explain why he got stuck on voyeurism. What if, hypothetically, we don't know.
He was an incest kid?
What if some of his first sexual interests were actually in his older sister, who was actually his mother, which led him to torturing and killing women? I would be willing to bet that the potential is there. We know how this voyeuristic disorder starts. It starts with a child who has no bond with parental caregivers or figures. They accidentally witness something that can be viewed as sexual, and they take it as sexual, and then they become fixated.
She is getting into the mind of criminals with her own criminal mind. And then I don't really know what the point of this is.
On someone that they shouldn't be fixated on, and then they start by creeping around trying to peep to get sexual gratification. And I don't know if that's what happened with Ted, but the scenario is there. All of the puzzle pieces fit to make him voyeuristic in this sexual predator.
Someone's got to bring up Ted Kaczynski, and then she'll just get all like gushy about him. She'll be like, he's such a cool guy.
His upbringing shows us how he got to where.
But yeah, we've heard about Ted Bundy like 3 times today. Let's get on with another serial killer, Brooke, or just move on to something else. That's a wild card, and I don't really know. We can still talk about serial killers. Just move on from fucking Ted Bundy.
He was, in my opinion. All of this tells a story psychologically of what happened to him during our early childhood development. Bundy eventually discovered the truth. Somehow he got a copy of his birth certificate. When he located his original birth record in Vermont in 1969. Bundy expressed a lifelong resentment towards his mother. Ding, 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 ding. He despised her. And he killed every woman he killed. He was really, figuratively, killing his mother over and over and over. In my opinion. Bundy expressed a lifelong resentment towards his mother for never telling him about his real father and for leaving him to discover the truth about his paternity and being raised by his grandmother by himself. Y'all, let me tell y'all something. You can't be out here playing with these little children like this. That boy knew from the start that something went right in that house. That boy knew that something didn't feel right. And it seems like it took him, how long? When was he born? 1946. He didn't discover until 1969 that his sister was his mother. And that would have been, 1940. How old would he have been when he discovered? Was he in his 20s? Because he would have lost his fucking mind. 1946, 56, 66. Ding, 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 ding. He would have been in his 20s.
Ding, 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 ding,
You know how when you were 18, 19, you were always trying to find your identity, looking for who you are? So in 1969, when he would have been in his early 20s, I think, I don't do math that great, he was looking for answers. And he finds out that his sister is his mother, and she refuses to tell him who his father is. I just want to say that you cannot be playing with children's lives like this. It's only a matter of time. When you're lying to a child, they know. They know. They know you're
Only Brooke can play with child's lives.
lying. They're not stupid. As a matter of fact, small children are more, in my opinion, insightful than damn adults. It's like they are more intuitive, or they get it better than adults sometimes. Maybe it's because they haven't lost their innocence yet, so they're just innocent. But children know. Just like I knew that something wasn't right with my older brother. I knew that that whole dynamic of my grandma watching him was weird, and I'm like, who is this guy? Like, and then finally, when I was, I think, middle school, I was going into middle school, they set us down and said that we were siblings around my other brothers. Like, they set all the brothers down with me, and they were like, yeah, you guys are siblings. Like, this was normal. I'm sorry, what? You didn't think you should have told us that, like, 10 years ago? It can seriously impact a child, is what I'm saying. Honesty is always the best policy. As a matter of fact, a way to connect with children is to be honest with children. That's how you build the bonds that you're supposed to build with them. They're supposed to be able to trust you, not get betrayed by you at 20-something years old when they find out that their mother is their sister, or their sister is their mother. What in the sister wives is going on? You can best believe these things impacted him, and this is what led him down this road. The lack of bonding, the lying, the betrayal, the family secrets, the voyeurism. This is a worst case. Ted Bundy is a worst case scenario. Cases like this are highly unlikely. These voyeurs that are out here nowadays are too scared to commit these kinds of crimes because of DNA, and thank God for that, right? But there's going to be more of these types of killers coming out of the woodworks in years to come, because this behavior is
She wanted to kill the cats in Walmart because, like, they're keeping her up at night or something.
getting worse, and it's pathological. It's also reports that the grandparents of Ted Bundy, his grandfather, there's reports that they remember Samuel was his name. The characterization that Sam was a raging alcoholic and animal abuser was a convenient characterization used to make people justify why Ted was the way that he was. So there's a history of mental illness, alcohol abuse, and abuse in the home. And this poor boy also, and listen, I have empathy, even though he's a killer, and, you know, I have empathy for baby Ted. My empathy stems for baby Ted. He needed connection.
I was like, that's crazy, but I was also streaming in horizontal, so no one saw it. But I didn't like it. I thought that was pretty crazy.
He needed love, and it appears to me that he felt abandoned and betrayed, and he turned towards rage instead of forgiveness, and he let his sexual perversion take over control of him. I mean, he was a psychopath, I do believe. Was Ted Bundy a psychopath?
I don't know who this is, but this is what happens too. That's not me. I'm banned. Look what happens if I type. Oh, there we go. If I go, Brooke, why is my thing like glitching? Can you enter? My thing's just messing up. Oh, cool.
So they don't even want to acknowledge.
Yeah, so like somebody is being evil, so we just can't have chat on. That's fine.
All of our medical scientific studies, because
They're just putting like slurs in the chat and like pretending to be me with my profile pic and shit. I'm banned from Brooke's chat though. I can't talk in there. I was gonna show you. But my thing is glitching, and then when I put it back on, they're just like putting slurs there. And Brooke doesn't care because she's a fucking racist.
there would be an explanation for why they were mutilating themselves. Do you get it? Because let's not forget, homosexuality was also in the DSM, the original, and it was taken out for political reasons, along with tons of other sexual perversions and psychological mental illnesses, or other mental illnesses. So I just find it so, I'm so sick of Google.
I've been blocked forever. Hold on.
Somebody needs to create a truth website. That's what Google was supposed to be, and it's not anymore. Let's see here.
Look, I'll show you guys.
I thought that they deemed him a psychopath. Yes, he was. He was
Watch
a psychopath.
what happens when I type.
So, Yeah, there's no reform for that either. You
I
can't reform
type.
a psychopath. They lack the conscience to acknowledge that they're harming people.
I'll say this
You'll never win with a psychopath.
is me, right? And
Very
then if I
interesting
go
stuff.
to live chat,
And as
this is me
the
disappears,
DSM-5
but this
said,
Steve DeLive is
most
still
of the
there.
time,
If I type
this voyeuristic
Banana.
disorder is not even
I go
diagnosed
live chat.
because the perpetrator will
Banana disappears, but this Steve DeLive's still here. I don't know if you could hear me over Brooke. Jack. Go to live chat. Jack disappears, but this asshole's still here. So that's not me. Just to put that out there. I gotta deal with this shit sometimes. I have some haters.
will not even make it that far. They would need a psychological assessment to even get the ball rolling to see if they were suffering from
Also, like, I don't know. I seen people blocking people for maybe no reason. Don't do that, because that makes people mad at me, and then I gotta deal with shit like this.
voyeuristic disorder, but most of them refuse any kind of inpatient or outpatient help. Even after they're busted and charged and put on probation, they're still out in the streets peeping. It's become a massive problem. I wish that I had some crime statistics on it, because you know that I went to look, but unfortunately it is one of the most least reported crimes there is. I'm just telling you, it's going to get worse. So do your due diligence, check your neighborhood, make sure to let your kids know to keep the blinds closed. There was a young girl that was at home changing, and her mother pulled into the driveway and saw some damn creep peeping through her daughter's window. The mom calls law enforcement. Law enforcement gets there. They track the guy down to the back of the house where he's standing trying to hide from the cops. He's in a hoodie, joggers, and sneakers. And he takes off over this fence. He goes running through the neighborhood, and the cops can't get a pin on him. They can't pin him down. He's running so fast they can't find him. Do you know that mama, she football tackled that SOB, sent him flying. There's dash cam footage of it. If I can find it, I'll post it. Mama Bear went playing. Mama Bear come out of nowhere like a defensive lineman and took his ass down to the ground. She's shouting at him. She's like, "You pervert, you ever come back to my house?" Da 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 da. The cops took him to jail for voyeurism. He was charged with a misdemeanor. But you can best believe that next time he'll just come in the cloak of night. This was in broad daylight. So next time he'll go at nighttime where nobody can see him. See, that's what happens when these kinds of perpetrators are busted, because they receive no help inside of the court system. The court system doesn't even recognize that this is a major issue in this country. Just like the rape of women and children, sex trafficking. Yeah, they're starting to kind of wake up now because we have a few Republicans in power, but they don't really care. They really don't. Time and time again, victims of crimes like this, whether it's actual sexual assault, rape, molestation, voyeurism, intrusion of privacy, stalking, time after time, all these perpetrators do is they doctor their craft around the crimes they've already committed. Like if they've been busted, like I said, if they got busted during the day, well then they'll switch it up and just go at night. All they do is doctor the way that they commit these crimes, and they receive no help from psychologists, clinical, a judge, a prosecutor. They get no help in the court system. Yeah, they might slap them with a year of probation, but they're not getting any active help for the perversion that they are carrying around with them, trying to implement. They get no help. Sex crimes, in my opinion, sex crimes is one of the least cared about crimes that we have in this country. You know, so many women have been stalked and went to cops and say, "Hey, I'm being stalked," and they don't want to do anything. That is a sex crime, by the way. Stalking is a sex crime. 100%. 100%. Not all cases, but most cases. When we're seeing this type of perversion with voyeurism disorder, there's a sexual gratification component, and it's a sex crime. It'd be different if it was like me and you dating and I broke up with you and then you're trying to come and find me. That's a little different. You're trying to come and find me because you love me in your mind, or I've told you to leave me alone, and so that's different. But when we're talking about voyeuristic disorder, those are sex crimes. That is a sexual perversion. It is listed in the DSM, and I'm glad that I know more about it, because it's everything that I already knew to be true. Now I just like got confirmation. Like I say things a lot and I feel like they're right, but sometimes I'm kind of going on a limb. So I'm glad that I did my research on this, because I was right about everything I've ever said about this type of behavior. And yeah, when looking up how many of these people are going to become sexual predators, there's no numbers on that. No numbers. Also, I looked up They have stats for people who have committed sex crimes, and they have like re-victimization numbers. I dug into how many sex offenders admitted that they were voyeurs, and there's no number on that. So it's part of the broken system. When these inmates are coming in for sex crimes, they should be given a questionnaire on these things. You know, do you like to spy on people? Is that what led you to kidnapping this woman? You know, why these things aren't asked through the DOC, it's very telling that they don't care about these sex crimes, because if they did, they would be doing their own studies, their own investigation into why these things are getting so much worse, but they don't even care to do that. It's all about money. It's all about money. Very interesting stuff. Ted Bundy, BTK, Golden State Killer.
Bacon break.
They all started off in there.
I miss when Brooke thought she was diabetic and her whole day revolved around getting like blood sugar tests and shit. Telling us about her hypoglycemia.
Their teen years being voyeurs. So don't tell me to chill out when I have to deal with people like that, because I know the realities of the situation. And no one should ever feel unsafe. No one deserves to feel unsafe. You know what I mean? Especially in your home where you're expecting to have some privacy. And this is my home. So, yeah, no one.
Is she gonna, like, deal with her chat?
Mainly a male crime on women. Not always. There's been women too. I would advise women, if you see anything suspicious like this in your neighborhood, I would absolutely call and make a report. Because
love when people impersonate me.
It's gonna escalate. If you catch someone peeping through your neighbor's bathroom, that behavior is gonna escalate. Now, whether they come to your house and start peeping on you, or they actually kick down your front door and kill you, so exciting.
So
it will
exciting.
Escalate, though. That's the point. That's the principle. It will escalate. They cannot control themselves. It is a mental health disorder. And they ain't firing on all cylinders, honey. They ain't firing on all cylinders. Y'all, I need to go get gas. Oh, God, what a day. Whew. I hope everybody's doing well out there. Y'all see how many children come to my page? First thing, I have to block them all. It's like there's an age restriction on here, and you can clearly see by the comments and then the profile pictures that it's children.
Block that person pretending to be me, saying slurs and a whole bunch of crazy shit. She doesn't want to because she's like, ah.
I wonder how many years it'll take to outlaw cell phones.
Seriously.
How long do y'all think it'll take?
What the fuck, Brooke?
I think it'll be another 10 to 15 years before they completely outlaw anyone under the age of maybe 16 to have a phone. That's what needs to take place. 100%. No child under the age of 15 or 16 even needs a damn cell phone. What do they need a phone for?
Have some fucking idiot with 200 subs being like,
when they old enough to get a
Steve
job,
is racist. Look what he put in Brooke's chat.
Because they'll need.
I don't have to argue about it with him for like a year.
There's gonna come a day in this country
for a fucking year because of it.
Under a certain age,
I'm just not doing it anymore. Fuck it, I
it's
can't.
psychologically damaging.
I'm not doing it.
It disrupts early childhood development. It causes mental health disorders in children. It sets unrealistic beauty standards.
If someone wants to think I'm racist, you can think I'm fucking racist at this point. I don't care.
And little girls, there's gonna come a day where cell phones are outlawed for children. I'll make sure of it. It's ridiculous. I just cannot believe that we are here at this point in society.
I appreciate
I go on my For You page, and there's underage children dancing all over the internet. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute. I don't think that they can even have a channel by law because you have to be 13, and these are little 6-year-olds. It's like, whoa, who is running this? The parents. The parents, that's who. They're exploiting their children.
The parents are sending 6-year-olds to fight their battles 100%. With Brooke for them. Just like when Brooke was being trained
crazy.
as a child.
I hope we get there someday because.
And diapers to fight.
No.
Just like fucking
Yo, I done broke the new glasses.
Goku's kid, whoever that was.
Because it's
Dragon
disturbing.
Ball Z.
Even at night, have y'all ever noticed? You woke up one night and you couldn't get back to sleep, and it's like 2 a.m. and so you decide to go on your YouTube shorts, and you're scrolling, you watching cooking videos, you watching little, I don't even know. Let's see what comes up on my For You. So sensory issues, you're sitting here, workout videos, let's make dinner, and then all of a sudden, it's some half-naked girl with her tits out in a split position, dropping her ass, and she's in lingerie. Does anybody else have that happen? Because I literally sit here and watch lion videos all day, but if I get on here at 1 o'clock in the morning, YouTube be spitting out some nasty shit on my For You page. And you can see
YouTube does?
Everything I watch is PG-13, cooking videos.
Maybe he's picking up on all the crazy things you say.
It's all by design. And I work for him. It's all by design. Oh, this is talking about blind people. A lot of stand-up. But if I go on here at 3 o'clock in the morning, YouTube is spitting out some foul, ratchet, nasty shit. I know I'm not the only one, and it's all by design. And if they do that to me, I can only imagine what they do on children's phones, honey. It's called conditioning. That's how they're grooming them now, through cell phones.
YouTube is, YouTube is like the safest app. Twitter is shit. Twitter's gone to shit. I see murders on Twitter. I haven't seen a murder actually lately, but there's just a lot of bad stuff on Twitter. There used to be murders every day. So I just stopped looking at Twitter. Instagram is like, I don't know. I guess it like pushes sex a little. TikTok is trash. TikTok is straight up trash. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about with YouTube. What's on YouTube that's so provocative that Brooke is like poisoning the minds of the children?
That's why we got all these little 18-year-old girls that are, well, they're 17, and then their 18th birthday, they're dropping OnlyFans. They think they're going to get rich overnight, and they don't know the truth about the situation, that only the top 1% even make any damn money. Everybody else makes a few $100s a month. They make all their money prostituting on the side, and these young girls don't know that. I literally saw a comment on a video last night. Some girl said something about a sugar daddy, and this girl drops down in the comments, and she's like, oh, a sugar daddy you don't have to do anything for.
I mean, like, physically, probably not.
You see how they think? It's concerning and dangerous.
No, that is not me in her comments. I'm banned. She's not banning this person. I don't know. She wants me to be like that, I guess? Or, I don't fucking know. I don't know why she wouldn't ban that person. That's fucking insane. If you go back in this stream, I showed, like, me, like, my account chatting, and it coming up, and I refresh it, and my account, or my comments are deleted because I'm already banned. But this imposter is in there, and yeah, it's dope.
Extremely dangerous. So these children, teenage girls, were in the comments of a post talking about the difference between a sugar daddy and a prostitute. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And talking about how they were going to find sugar daddies, not realizing that they would have to be a prostitute in order to even have a sugar daddy. Because in their minds, if they had a sugar daddy, then they wouldn't have to give him any.
It's one of them fake accounts, honey. I was trying to find it too, but unless you post a video or something or make a playlist, I don't think it shows up on YouTube search. There's this other account that was impersonating me the other day, and now they have a different name and stuff, but their description is still Steve Alive. So there's just I don't know. I pissed some people off or something.
Any sugar. It is so dangerous. So dangerous. For those that don't know, a sugar daddy is a prostitute relationship. That man ain't gonna give you no money unless you've given him sugar, boo-boo. It's concerning. Then you got girls like Lily Phillips, Bonnie Blue, out here killing themselves. Their own families are helping exploit them. Lily Lou's mother is her manager. She controls her finances. She controls everything. It's like Britney Spears, but the porn industry. Crazy. 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 And these young girls are watching this, and they're wanting to be noticed. They're wanting infamy. And so they decide to open an OnlyFans and follow in the footsteps of these two disgusting creators who are going to burn in hell for the way that they have misled our youth down dark, horrible paths. I mean, for real, I would genuinely love to sit down with Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue just to fucking make them cry, because both of them are pieces of shit.
PB&J is back in Brooke's chat now saying, Brooke, did you ask for me? I heard you say sugar daddy. How much do you need? Brooke, I'll buy your dirty underwear from you. Name your price.
Shit. How many men did Lily have sex with before she broke down in tears? Remember that? A woman that is happy that she allowed all of these men to violate her body would not then break down and cry the moment she's out.
Now Reddit's gonna be like, Steve's no better than Brooke. He banned PB&J. I don't even know what he got banned for. I didn't ban him.
So, how did it go? What did she do? She broke down and cried like a baby. Remember? I do. Young girls can't see through the buffoonery. You and I saw it for what it was. That poor girl's hurting.
Thanks, Erica. I should probably delete your comment.
Literally and
to be honest,
metaphorically.
that's the Brooke way.
She was not happy about what she'd done, which is what led her to crying. She was embarrassed. She was mortified. Adults see that and take it for what it is. Children see that and they spin the narrative and they don't understand the psychological impact of what this girl just done to her body. It is so disturbing. I think the most disturbing part is the media pushing these two girls front and center. It's like they're in a competition to get AIDS first. Which one of us is going to get the AIDS first? And society claps like seals for them, particularly young boys, which is concerning too. How did we go from we like virgins to we want an above ground swimming pool? Like, make it make sense. How did we, and it's only been 30 years. I'm in my 30s. It's only been 30 years that we went from we prefer virgins to we want a hallway that we can throw a hot dog down. How did we get here? Is there no importance in commitment anymore? Is there no importance in
Because there's someone impersonating me just saying the N-word a bunch of times, so I'm not gonna just have the N-word up on my stream with an account that's impersonating me saying it. That sounds pretty silly. And I don't know why Brooke would just keep that on her fucking live chat while looking at it and say, look how many kids come into my chat. So she's like acknowledging it and just being like, that's cool.
Is there no value?
But that's why live chat's not up.
In unity and loyalty. It's really crazy. It's disturbing. And both of them look 10 years older than they are. That doesn't come from a happy life, honey.
Looks everything but that, yeah.
That comes from extreme amounts of stress, drug abuse, and physical torture, sexual abuse, because that's what it is. I want to be clear. I want to be very fucking clear. Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue are being abused. I know that they're willing to be abused, but part of them is not even psychologically old enough or intellectually inclined enough to realize the long-term effects of their behavior. They think it's cute because they're still 20 years old. They'll see it in a few years. It's already
this is live.
starting to show physically on them. They look my age. I'm almost 40 and both of them bitches look older than me. Make it make sense. That's not a happy life. They might sit over there and smile when they're going on little shopping trips, when they're taking little trips around the world to go get fucked by more men and abused by more men. They might make it look glamorous, but there is nothing glamorous about killing yourself, disrespecting yourself, and allowing people to sexually abuse you. It is going to take a toll. I wonder which one's going to end up dead, because there's a 50-50 chance that one of them's going to end up dead, statistically speaking.
I mean, you should sub now because you got to wait 20 minutes to talk. Like at 11:50, 11:51, you could talk if you sub now.
One of them will end up dead. So I wonder which one it'll be. We'll roll this back in 3 or 4 years when they find one of their bodies. It is my belief that both of those girls are probably, Bonnie Blue particularly, I think she's on drugs. That's just my opinion and I'm allowed to have that. I think she's on opiates. Both of those girls are going down dark, dangerous paths. And statistically speaking, one of them's going to end up dead. I don't know which one. I just know the numbers, I know the stats, I know the facts. And it's not good. And you know, the media, society, social media, all of these people are to blame for this problem. And it's only going to get worse. We thought Mia Khalifa was bad. Bonnie Blue said, bitch, hold my beer. It's disgusting. That room where Lily Phillips had her first meetup, which, by the way, can I just say, thank you. Can I just say that her idea of STD testing men is nothing more than a picture? That girl's probably done got every disease under the sun because she had no way to verifiably check these men for STDs. She wanted the men who sent her. So how this happened was she put out like an SOS on Instagram. I'm gonna be doing a meetup and I'm gonna screw all these men and da 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 da. If you want to screw me, send me an email.
An SOS? You mean a? That's what you meant.
Extremely dangerous, and she's teaching young girls to behave this way. Let's remember that. All of this is on
Like you taught them how to strip, right?
camera. So then she picks these men that she's gonna have sex with. Picks the location where they're gonna do the meetup. She required the men to go to the doctor and get an STD test, and then to send her a picture. Can you believe that? That was it. For those that don't know, that is literally, she should have just not even tested anybody. That's a waste of time. That's not proper testing. All of that effort to obtain these screenshots of clear STD tests, it's invalid. The only way that they would be valid is if the test was done hours before, a day before, all of these people were going to meet up to be sexually active. See, all of those people that had those STD tests, there was weeks, if not days, in between the time that they would meet Bonnie Blue, and most of those men were having sex with other partners before they showed up to bone Bonnie Blue. So the chances of her having an STD are probably about 70 to 90%, because she has never done proper STD testing to start with, and then she's had sex with thousands of men who were not properly tested. It's crazy. And she's teaching other girls to put their lives in danger by showcasing all of this. It's crazy. It's crazy. Horrible influence on society. She's a detriment to herself. Is that the word? Detriment? Hey Siri, what does detriment mean?
I wasn't expecting it. What do you mean? What does detriment mean? I thought, okay. I wasn't expecting that.
Detriment means
Yeah.
a state of being harmed or damaged.
Yep.
Thought she was gonna ask for like a statistic or something.
She's a detriment to herself and young girls. And in my opinion, both of them need to be in jail. For what?
Theory, what's detriment
Sex
mean?
crimes. I don't know. Something. Get them off the fucking street.
Why?
Get them off the internet. I don't know.
Not you. I was mimicking Brooke. I wasn't
If they're
asking
out here
actually Siri.
passing their vagina around like it's grandma's candy dish,
My
at
serious
what
fucking
point
answer.
do we pull the plug and say, you need to be hospitalized and or locked up? Because this is unacceptable. I gotta buy gas and I don't have any money.
Armory's reach.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, let me go count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Number 6.
She left us. Yes, she left us in the car again. I'm skipping ahead. This is as far as we can go, though. No, fuck. Well, let's see what her chat's doing. I don't know. I had to do this with James Soroka chat too, because people started saying some crazy stuff because I knew I had the chat on screen. Ugh. Wah-wah-wee-wah. Wah-wah-wee-wah. The parts where she leaves us in the truck? These are my favorite parts to watch when she gets around other people. Oh, yeah. I mean, like her interaction. Sometimes, like, she's really friendly. Never seen her get a vape. Yeah, I don't know where they come from. Play the song? That's a good idea.
Woke up at 3 a.m. Camera on, fake a grin. Gotta post a new rant, let the chaos begin. Filters on max, but the wrinkles still show. Swipe up from my skin care, it's terrible, I know. Sick dogs coughing in the background track. Half a weed pen in my fanny pack. Bucket bong hits.
Some of y'all are so naive.
My dusty little kingdom where the madness never ends. Like, subscribe, check the wish list too. Cash at me, I got bills past due. I swear I'm sober, don't
And
believe
fake.
the lies. My eyes stay redder than my hair, no surprise. Drapes look like sheets, fridge smells like death. Every ex-friend's just a hater I've left. Paranoid thoughts in a live stream chat. 30 different people,
Damn.
not just one.
Every single person. I've never met one that was loyal yet.
Watching my haters, they live in my head. Backstab, meltdown, victim again.
You see how all I care about is important issues and people who come back, stir the pot, start drama. I'm not dealing with it. I'll block every motherfucker on earth before I put up with the childish, immature drama. Some people need to grow the fuck up. It's sad. It's extremely sad that this many people are that fake. Never have I ever. Never have I ever. If I'm in your fucking corner, I will literally kill somebody for you. Never have I ever been a fake ass fucker. That's the problem though. That's why I have problems. Because everybody, most people, the majority, are fake. What are you doing, dude? You just sitting there? I guess so. Well, you've been sitting there for 5 minutes, Grandpa. Don't need to be on the
Woke
road.
up at 3 a.m.
You don't need to be on the road.
Fake grin.
Some of y'all are so gullible, you don't even realize that people create new screen names to come back to bug me every day. Trolls. And y'all feed right into it. Y'all feed right into it. It's crazy. And then you
you're
wonder why
feeding
your
into
life sucks. You're feeding into the damn Satan's plan, honey. You eating out of Satan's hand and you don't even realize it. Oh God, what a sad world. What are you doing?
Maybe I should, see, I don't have it on this side because the comment kind of
Yeah,
blocks
right
a bit of
into
her
it.
video. But I think,
People hate themselves so much
I mean, I could
that
just,
they're
hold
willing
on.
to act fake towards people
Whoops.
and act like they're friends to try to convince people to hate themselves because they hate themselves.
Totally.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely
sure.
crazy. Anyways, yeah, I love you guys and we'll talk soon and I hope y'all have a good day. Nothing new over here. Same drama, same people trying to stir the pot instead of trying to help me survive, you know? Nobody wants to see me smile. Everybody wants to see me destroyed. Everybody wants to see me upset. It's really sad. It goes to show
I don't know, it was my responsibility to take care of fucking Brooke here.
how much people in society despise themselves. I love you guys. Have a great day. Don't take it personal when people treat you like that.
I
People
still
show
see
up in
them.
your life to start drama. Just know it's because they hate themselves. I love y'all. Pray for me. God knows I need it. And I am praying for you guys.
She didn't
Thank
ban
you.
them. They're
Bye.
still there. They're still there. They're still on the screen, like on the last comments. We don't need to listen. Well, I was gonna play Master of Puppets. Crazy sense. All right, we're gonna finish the a throwback video today Today. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, ba-dow, ba-dow, bow. Yeah, give me 1 second. I just gotta get the playlist up here. And I guess this thing. Yeah, we're on the 30th now. So there's only like, there's not much left of this. We're, okay. Not Asheville. Asheville.
Shower. Can't even use the bathroom. I feel horrible.
Why is it being like that?
I slept on the fucking floor last night. And look at this. Look at this. No tag. No.
So, blah. So we did technically see this, but it's important. She's going in chronological order. So this is her showing up at Randy's. There's no tag. She's about to get the tag and just drive off. And we'll hear her explain what the fuck is up. And then that's the end of the fake repo saga. I'm gonna try to edit a video to put it all together, and then we'll go into Asheville. Once that's out, I don't know how long it'll take. We'll see. We'll see how things go.
No tag.
That's my plan, though.
Tag. No tag.
See, this is obviously this isn't fucking me, because it's not. And only one person talks like little guy, and this is what I'm fucking talking about, man. Anyways, this is good because now I can go to this stupid fucking channel. Alright, cool. Fuck you.
That's my truck. With no tag. With no fucking tag. See that? Where's my tag, you might ask? Oh, well, let me tell you. Don't ever ask me why I left my abuser. I'm gonna post screenshots, maybe. I don't know. Look at how I had to cover the windows. I'm so pissed right now. I can't go anywhere in this car. So I'm stuck here.
Made today. No fucking videos. That's the at.
With no tag. I'm stuck here with no tag. I just called the sheriff's department. I said, I need to drive over, and I said the exact address. I said, I've got to drive over there and get my tag. They said, you cannot have the vehicle on the road. So I'm stuck here. You think for a moment that motherfucker didn't do that on purpose? Absolutely. This is exactly why I ran from his ass. Look at this mind game. And it's like, it's like my bullies that want attention. I've recognized that they try to hurt you, these abusers.
Nah, it's not Brooke. Because, they were commenting on Brooke's chat while she was ranting about nonsense. So she couldn't have been typing and ranting at the same time. I mean, maybe she could have. I just don't think she has the brain capacity for that. We probably see her typing, right?
They try to hurt you in any way. It doesn't matter if it's the smallest way or the biggest way. They want to hurt you in
I gave Jose attention last night. Oh, is it Jose? That would make a lot of sense.
in any way possible. If that means manipulating you.
I don't really at the end of the day, I think people are smart enough, but there's a lot of stupid people out there, and it's really easy to just form, I've had fucking hate mobs formed on nothing, bullshit like this, fake fucking shit. And it's just a pain in my ass. And I don't know, usually, I look down on people who fight with little fucking channels all the time, right? But then when I ignore shit, it snowballs and it gets worse and worse and worse. So I don't even know how to fucking deal with this shit anymore. I was just it's whatever. I'm just gonna ignore it.
And fucking intentionally hurting you. And then if they can do anything such as remove the tag off your car. If they can do anything such as remove the tag off your car. First of all, I have not had sleep since motherfucking 3 months ago. I have not had a good night's rest in 3 fucking months. So last night I'm on the fucking wet ground and I'm like, fuck this. I said I'm gonna walk to my goddamn truck. I walked over there, got in my truck, and I took off, right? I wake up this morning. I've been sleeping on the fucking hard, fucked up ground. My whole body fucking hurts. I can barely fucking breathe. My feet. Oh my God, my fucking feet. Like, it's the fucking urgent care. Oh, I can't leave. What am I doing? No, I can't. I don't have a tag. I don't have a tag. I don't have a tag. And I done cussed him out, so the last thing he'll ever do is bring me my fucking tag. Because this is what he wanted. He knew that I was going to eventually come get my truck if I had the money. I told him that I had $750 last night. He knew that I was going to wake up this morning and pay Alley Financial $750.
I don't remember saying that. I remember walking around in the streets and then being very quiet while she approached Randy. Says, I remember being like, I got $750. I'm going to pay Alley Financial.
Did I not tell you guys yesterday? I'm going to call the bank. I'm going to make a payment. You think that motherfucker ain't watching right now? Yes, he is. He was the first motherfucker in the chat. He was the first one in the chat. So he's got my tag, and I can't be on the road, so I'm stuck at a fucking gas station. I don't know how to get another tag. I have no way to get another tag. He knows that, though. That's why he took it off. You got to drive this vehicle to relinquish it to High Point. So you going to drive a car without a tag? You going to drive this car all the way to High Point to relinquish it. But there's no tag on it. He did it intentionally. Do you hear what I'm saying? Drive it and report this tag stolen. Good idea, Woody. Great idea. I'll report that he stole it. I have proof that the car was at his house. Great idea. Great idea. He stole the tag. I mean, that's what he did. He stole the tag off my fucking car. What? There's insurance. The tags are good. Everything is good. The registration is good. There's nothing wrong with the vehicle. We had an agreement. I have the text messages. He told me that I needed to drop it off around the 24th if I didn't have $1,400. Then I talked to Alley Financial, and they say, oh, yeah, you owe $1,400, but if you can make a $750 payment now and then pay the other $800 when you get your check from YouTube, it'll be fine. Okay. Well, here's the thing. I have everybody working against me. Alley Financial, my abuser. What a time to live where everybody is literally out to fucking get you. I'm not joking. I'm sick of fucking gaslighting. They absolutely are. My tag is missing off my truck. What more sign do you fucking need? I drove 30 miles without a tag. He was trying to get me locked the fuck up. Not my first rodeo. I can't help that a lot of people that follow me are just...
That's why we're driving around without a tag right now.
Stupid. I can't. This is how it fucking works, honey. The fact that I don't have a tag, he was hoping I would go to jail. He was hoping I would get fucking pulled. Stop being fucking stupid. This is how they hurt you. It starts with the mental manipulation. Then nitpick at you and do dumb shit like take the tag off your car hoping that you get pulled and go to jail. Because who would I have to call to come get me out of jail? Who's the one only person that would come get me out of jail? My Uncle Randy. My Uncle Randy will get me out of jail.
Yeah?
And I said, I'm going to post messages one day. I said, this is exactly why I ran from you. Take my tag off my car so I'm fucking stranded. I have not had, first of all, when I got off the wet ground last night, I was literally seeing fucking shapes in the trees and fucking plants. I am past delusional at day 2 of no rest. I am seeing shit. Yeah, I've been through some shit in life, but hallucinating from no rest has never been one of them. And my gas tank's on it. Will I make the truck payment today, or will... See, this is what I'm saying. It's never enough. It's never enough. $800. What am I supposed to put in? 25, and then I still get to pay my storage bill. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? I'm so sick of this shit. And then this motherfucker's over here taking my tag off my truck. When he has no legal right to do so, he would have had to drove it to High Point. Hey, can I get 20 on 4? Thanks.
Do you have our report?
No, I do not.
What?
Good morning, y'all. Hey, Tabby. Yeah, Tabby, and I hadn't had any in 2 days.
All right, well, I know who is impersonating me now. And if you're listening still, you do not want to fuck with me this time. I will annihilate you. All right? I have been ignoring you for a really long time, and I will fuck your world up if you fuck with me again.
You know, and before that, even when I was in the truck with everybody being so loud and revving their engine, like, y'all don't understand, man. Maybe, I don't know. Thank you. You too. Maybe this is why God's put me through this, to really describe to people what homelessness is like, because it's bullshit. Like, and then people want you to get out here and find a fucking job and do this and that. Fuck that. They're just trying to figure out how to eat and survive every day. You want them to work. For what?
I didn't mean to do that to Flower. I was clicking someone else.
Saying pay the fucking government? So they can damn give all their money to fucking Uncle Tom? These people are not getting food. They're not getting rest. They're not getting anything. And then society says, get the
I didn't mean to. I unbanned you right away. I was trying to click. The chat moved as soon as I clicked, and it that was my bad. I did a Brooke.
fuck up and go find a job, you bum.
But unlike Brooke, I didn't keep it banned. Like, I can unban people as fast as I can ban them. And that's why I don't do timeouts either. Like, I can't untime someone out, but I can unban someone like that. So I apologize. That was my bad.
Bullshit. It's all bullshit. And the state gets money for these people. The state gets money for me. The state gets money for me. They get all kind of money.
Okay, cool. Nathan, just ban
All
everyone.
kind of money. So here's the thing. We co-signed together. I co-signed for him. I don't have a way to drop this truck off in High Point. I can't walk from High Point back home. That would take me weeks of walking. Impossible. I just tried to walk from one city to another and it almost killed me. Like, I'm gonna be debilitated for a fucking week. So, you can't sleep out there. You cannot sleep out there in the fucking wilderness. If you can sleep out there in the wilderness, then you
Pretty sure she's on some kind of probation for the Planet Fitness thing.
probably are on drugs. You probably are on drugs. If you can sleep out there and not have any problems, you probably are heroin the fuck out. You'd have to be. I would have to be on heroin in order to sleep in those woods. It's so fucking wet. If it rains, you're not going to be able to lay down and sleep for days because of the wet rain. So he was supposed to drop my truck off. I walked 2 more miles to get it. And he's done taking my tag off of it. But he was going to have to drive it to High Point. He was going to have to drive it to relinquish it. But I couldn't do it. I can't do it. I can't get to High Point and drop it off. And I actually told him yesterday, I said, I have $750 that I can pay on my truck. Saying, I was going to call Allie today. And this piece of shit took my tag off. Stop being around people who are working against you. Absolutely working against you. You know, I shouldn't even be having any of these problems. If Ali Financial would do their fucking job and refinance the vehicle for me, they're a financial institution. It's literally their job.
It's their job to refinance the vehicle.
That would allow me to get this man's name off of my vehicle. As you can see, he's already stolen my Nissan and got himself a new truck with my truck. That's right, I had a Nissan truck that I paid off. It's gone. It's gone. That's okay. It's okay. So now, the $20 in gas that I just put in, that is nothing. That half a tank will be gone before the afternoon. I'm having to waste it breaking the law to go get my tag. This is what I say when I say that these abusers want to hurt you in any kind of way. There was no logical reason, not one logical reason as to which my tag should be off my vehicle. Not one logical reason. The only logical reason is to let me get all the way into town and get pulled by somebody for not having a tag. It was a setup. He took my tag off, hoping that I would get pulled. And I said, this is exactly why I ran away from you. I said that this morning. This is why I ran away from you. Fuck you. You know, these type of manipulators, these type of abusers, they don't even, it's a game to them. Your life is a game. You're not a person. You're personal property. You're not a person. You don't have, you know, feelings and emotions, and all of that is irrelevant. You are not human to them. You are a fucking mind game to be used and abused and manipulated and fucked whenever they want. You know, I said, bring me my tag, and then I got to thinking about it. I said, no, that's what he wants. He wants interactions with me. He wants to be able to talk to me without the camera in my hand. Remember, the last time he saw me, he went running. That's the first time that's ever happened. Usually, he can't miss an opportunity to be in my face. And matter of fact, he will interject himself any way possible. Just don't you best believe. He's like the little birdie that won't fucking go away. Stop feeding the birds. Look at this.
Yeah,
puppy pad, this fucking window covers.
You're gonna use puppy
Those
pads
do
to
work
sleep?
great, but they don't give any cushion on the fucking ground. And if it's wet, it's not gonna matter. The moment that you lay on it, if the ground is wet at all, that plastic is gonna push down into the fucking water, and then the whole pad is gonna get wet. It is impossible to sleep in the fucking woods. Unless you have an air mattress or something like that. Y'all, when I tell you that my back is so fucking... That is not even. And I slept like shit. And then I wake up to a text message. Hey, well, I didn't know you were going to come get the truck. Yeah, you did. I told you yesterday. I told you. I said, after I call Allie on Monday, I'm going to be coming to get it if they say that is enough money. At this point... Y'all, he's been my biggest fan.
Will it take her truck?
I mean,
I don't think they can take the truck. This is from the 30th, I believe. Let me just double check. Yeah, it's the 30th.
I think, me personally, I would rather you punch me in the face than mentally manipulate me. Absolutely. At least the punch in the face, I know what's to come. The mental manipulation, I don't know how to play those games because I don't play. You know what I mean? People like that, in their mind, truly feel like they've helped you. In their mind. And here I am, biting my lips from the stress. I bit my lip. Bleeding. Fucking stress. Well, also, I haven't exactly had a lot of water in the past 2 days. And then, you know, my lips were already dry and cracked from being homeless for the past 2 days. Being out in the fucking sun, walking. You know, if it would have been any hotter than what it was, I would not have made it. I would have been in the hospital. Last night it started raining so bad. Clothes were getting fucking soaked. So when I did finally decide to walk the 2.5 miles back to my truck, my thighs got chafed from the water. Like my clothes were chafing me. These Pam been wet twice and dried twice. I'm disgusting. Come on, Kevin in the eclipse. Let's go. It's 55, sweetie. Some of us have things to do today. Sweetie, you are not even going. You're going 20 miles under. Can you go, Grandpa? I'm about to blow his doors off up here. And you know, just like flowers that, you know, have some, even then I knew that I knew that this was coming. Like I was going to lose my truck, because even making that payment, I was still payments behind, you know? When you can't get caught up, you don't feel comfortable. You're stressed. Yeah, you made a payment, but you're still going to bed and waking up with that stress every day because you know that the situation is still not fixed. Yeah, I made a $500, $600 truck payment, but now I still owe $1,400. You know what I mean? Now I owe $1,400 because it's the first of the month. And so I paid October and November. So December 1st, I'll have to pay my storage facility again. I mean, it's sad. It's sad that I've consolidated my bills into like 5 different bills and I can't even pay those
Right.
anymore. It's gotten so bad out here that I can't even pay the... can't even come up with $1,500 a month to pay my fucking bills anymore. To make $5,000 a week at one point. This is crazy. I can't even feed myself. I can't, which is what I need to be doing at my age. At my age, I should be saving. It's never going to happen in this fucking economy. None of us are going to be able to save because this is what the government wanted. This is what Kamala and fucking Joe Biden wanted. They want people. Dang, y'all. I'm going to have to jump off here if this shit doesn't stop. I'm getting so aggravated at this phone. Like, it literally... And it's going to get worse because, like I said, Boost Mobile was bought like 62. My windshield wipers fucked up. That whole side of the thing don't even wipe anymore. So, my final analysis. It's going to be damn near impossible for you to find a job homeless. It's impossible. Because of the strenuous life that comes with being homeless. It would be physically impossible to work as a homeless person. Physically impossible.
Not my password.
You're not getting sleep. You're not eating. Like... Those things definitely, and if you're having to walk to work every morning and hike 2 fucking miles before you get there, it's going to take a toll. You might be good for the first few days, but it's not going to work. People do not understand how hard it is for homeless people to get up once they've been kicked down. They think...
Okay, we got instructions.
See where I am? This is what I've been walking for days, and you see how small these roads are. Do you see how I'm to the left of the yellow line until a car comes, and then I get to the white line? Those cars that were on that road last night intentionally swerved over to hit me. And then at one point, 2 different trucks trying to run me over. There's video of it. It's okay. I'm not getting the law involved. I like to handle things myself. Red Honda CRV, older make. Chevrolet Silverado. It's this blue gray. It's a Billionaire. It's like a blue silver, a Billionaire. The white Charger with the 2 black stripes. That motherfucker's been stalking me for months. Every time I turn around, that white Challenger with the 2 black stripes, that the guy that works at Walmart that I told y'all about, every time I turn around, he's right. I mean, I will be in the most random places, and that motherfucker is there. So how much of that is a coincidence and how much of that is they've actually been following me? Like, I genuinely thought that they were just in the same area. It's a small town. But now I'm reconsidering, you know? I'm going through all of the evidence in my brain, and it makes more sense that they've actually been gang stalking me than it does that he's just been everywhere I've been when I've been there. Do you see what I'm saying? Make any sense? Yeah, I know, it sounds crazy. That's what they said you were going to say. So I'm headed over to my storage facility to get my bed. I've not. You know, and that's another thing. People think just because I have a bed in here that, you know, I sleep. Yeah, okay, I do. But what you fail to realize is that for at least 3 months, it doesn't matter where I go, there's people that are seeking me out and finding me, whether it's at a Walmart or a Planet Fitness, and they are coming to intentionally wake me up. They rev their engines, they park right next to me, they slam their car door over and over and over. I had one lady one night, y'all, at a Walmart that had to have slammed her trunk and her car door at least 50 times. At that point, you recognize that someone is trying to wake you up. You know, they keep slamming the door and open it and slamming it and opening it and slamming it. It's and I'm talking about a hard slam. I'm talking about an angry, hard slam. That woman was at the same Walmart where I was attacked by security. Look at the cows. Look at the moo babies. Moo baby. Oh my God, look at a little heifer. I want one. I squeeze you. I love you. Y'all are so cute. Yeah, that was the same Walmart where the security guy attacked me. Isn't that ironic? So I had stayed there earlier in the week. And all of a sudden, this woman pulls up beside me at like 2 a.m. and starts opening and shutting and opening and shutting and opening and shutting and opening and shutting. Y'all, when I tell you at least 50 times at least. I mean, she was out shutting. Realize that these people are trying to wake you up and run you off. It's a Walmart parking lot. Where do you want me to go? And who died and made you king of parking lots? Like, what are you, the fucking parking police? Who are you, lady? Well, fast forward 3 or 4 days. We go back to that same Walmart to try to stay over again. And that's when shit went down. Security guard running around my truck. Well, he was running beside it, acting a fool. Beating on my car, screaming at me, calling me fucking names. Like, and you want me to open my window? How about no? How about no? Don't you love that? You come up, beat car, mad at the world, and you want me to roll down the window? No, thank you. You seem a little unhinged, sir. And it turns out he was. He scratched my truck. There's a scratch that big on the side of my truck. It looks like a key mark to me. Sure does. Looks like somebody took a key and scratched it. It's exactly what it looks like. You think I can do anything about it? I mean, sure, I could go to Walmart and go to his uppers and cause problems, but that, you know, people like that end up in jail for life. You know what I mean? People like that are not screwed in the head. Right. You have to stay away from people like that. And here's the thing. I called the cops. They didn't want to go get the footage. Y'all remember? There's video of it. We had cop interaction. They don't care. Just like last night when they stopped, when people were literally trying to hit me on the road. How many times was I almost hit last night? A dozen? A half a dozen? I don't know. See, these gang stalkers, the point of gang stalking is to insert fear into the victim. They wanted me out there on those country roads, fearing for my life. Is that not sad? Is that not disgusting? I can't wait to pop up today in town with my fancy new truck. All the motherfuckers that treated me like shit this week, We're going to stick a camera in their face. And we're going to ask them why they treat homeless people the way that they do.
All the people Brooke thinks tried to run her over and shit.
Think I'm joking? Tune in. It'll be this afternoon. You think I'm joking? Maybe that's God is putting me through this to bring light to the fucking situation of how it treats people that can't seem to get up. Gee, I wonder why they can't get up. I wonder why they don't want to get up. I wonder why they would rather be fucking homeless. Maybe because they know that every job they have, their boss is going to be sexually harassing them like me. Maybe they know that when they go get hired at a winery, their owner is going to be a complete alcoholic and try to disturb their peace. Like, y'all don't even understand what I'm trying to say. I can't put it into words. Maybe the homeless people that have given up, maybe they went and worked at a restaurant and was sexually harassed like I did. And now they think that that's just the way of the world. And they say, fuck that. If I got to suck dick to work, I'm done with it, honey. I'd rather be homeless. Do you see what I'm saying? Because I feel like a lot of them are like that. I feel like a lot of them have given up because there's no way to get up. There are no resources. There are no shelters. The only shelters we have are across town being filled with illegal immigrants. And that's the truth. You think I want to go in a shelter where I'm the only person that speaks English? Do you know how complicated that would be? Honey, they would run me the fuck up out of there. They don't like my kind. It's really sad that people are really naive to the way of the world, but I'm here to tell you, baby, I could not make it one day in a immigrant shelter because they would run me off. It has nothing to do with me. It wouldn't bother me for a minute to be housed with a bunch of immigrants. They have a problem. That's what you're feeling like. They have a problem. Just like when I went to work in the strip club and it was nothing but Hispanic women. Yeah. Everything was fine the first day. But day 2 or 3, then you know, the petty behavior comes. The petty cutthroating and trying to fuck my customer behind my back while I'm to the bathroom. I go to the bathroom, I come out, and Jessica's over here sucking dick. Like, what? Look at my foot. Look at that blister. Look at my foot. Look at that blister. Oh, don't you think that's bad? Right in the middle. Look at that one. Can you see that? That blister? Yeah. Damn it, I can't turn my camera around and I can't see what y'all... I hope that y'all can see me, but if it does that thing, I can't see if you can... When I tell you that from here all the way down to my fucking feet hurts, my hips, my sides, my inner thighs, everything. I'm just trying to make sure it's still on. Damn it. Ouch. Every single time. I'm not gonna be able to get most of this out today because I can't fucking lift nothing, yo. I'm literally... I gotta set you down. I'm literally barely able to walk. When I say, like, I can hobble, that's it. I can hobble. Something is going on with my toes. Ouch. Oh my God, I have blisters on my toes. Oh my God, you guys. I need like flip-flops or something. I don't know where nothing is. I need like flat rainbow flip-flops so that because these Crocs with the little indentions on the inside are killing me. Those little dots are killing me. That's where the blisters came from. Look at the blister on the side of this toe. Look at that. You see that blister? Yeah. And people are like, oh, homeless people don't want to work. No, Susan. They don't want to have to walk 15 miles to work every day. There's no fucking public transportation. What do you want them to do? What do you want them to do? All their family's dead, just like me. They don't have one person to call. No wonder they fucking give up. And when something happens, such as an employer not paying them money that is absolutely owed to them for services that they rendered, the government says, yeah, well, you gotta have 200, you gotta have $260 to do anything about it. Oh, your employer shitted you out of your paycheck? Oh, well, you better call the Department of Labor and the EEOC, and I'm here to tell you that the EEOC and the Department of Labor don't give a fuck. This needs to be vacuumed out, but fuck it. I'm literally hurting so bad. My fan, I need that. I've never been in pain like this in my entire life, and I've done 5Ks and shit, and I've never felt like this in my life. Look at all the mud on my truck. Great. This is by far the most pain that I've ever been in at one time. When I tell you that it hurts to sit down, I can't even describe. So I'm actually going to take this out because, and you know what? We've been wearing the same Crocs for 3 months. Let's switch them out to the white ones that are a little bigger. Oh, they need to be cleaned. Oh my God. I got blisters everywhere. That one that's on the bottom right there is killing me. That big one, oh my God. And I just done a pedicure and look how shitty my feet look. My feet are swollen. Look at that ankle. Y'all see that? Hold on, let me show you the other one. Hold on. I'm falling.
Blah. She's live? I didn't even get the notification. The notification. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Oh, I was doing reconnaissance. I found something during my reconnaissance. And this is whatever. Whoa. What was that? Oh, I saw an age restriction or something.
Starving.
Oh, it probably is age restricted based on the title. The title's like, yeah, and stuff. Just eating though. Are we gonna do doubles? Might do doubles. Hold on.
What if the Trump administration is the one that had the Epstein killed? Factually speaking, Trump had more reason to kill Epstein than anyone else at the time because of the 2020 election. He was running again in 2020. Conspiracy, but when you think about it logically, who would be the number one person that would want Epstein dead? President Trump. I'm not saying he did it.
Still there. Thank you. Get it.
I'm just saying he could have made it happen if he wanted to. I think it's funny.
Look at that ankle.
How naive people are, because you don't fuck over a man like Trump and expect to apologize and things are just cool.
Oh yeah? You don't do
it
that,
really goes
Brooke?
to show how naive Elon is. Yeah, he's a very smart man, but when it comes to matters of street smarts, he's not. He's actually on a scale
Trump's
of 1
the
to 10,
streets?
he's green behind the ears. He's a 1 at best.
Trump is just out on these
When it comes to matter of
streets.
politics and the way that things operate behind the scenes, and the way that things operate behind the scenes.
And look at that one. This
with
one got
people who are
sprained.
in
Something's
positions
wrong
of
with
power.
it. You see how different they look?
Elon is naive.
This one's all swole up.
He
Yeah.
acted like a brat. He fucked over.
And actually, I'm
He
put on
absolutely
these
fucked
haydos
over
that are
Trump.
soft.
You don't become the poster child for the Republican movement, and then after 6 months after you get this president into office, then you take to Twitter to say that his name was in the Epstein, that Trump's name was in the Epstein files, and That's why they haven't been released. Now, I do believe that there's a lot of truth to that. 100%. We went through that yesterday. We looked into the history of Trump and Epstein. They were very close friends. Trump said that they were friends for over 15 years. And then when he was going through his when he was in office back in 2019, he said, oh, I barely knew the guy. But 10 years prior, he said that they were best friends of 15 years. And Epstein himself had even made comments that him and Trump had been really good friends for 10 years. So, in my opinion, they were absolutely friends. Trump was going to that island. He was probably having sex with girls. Y'all know I like Trump. But this is why people don't like me.
It's some kinda. I mean, maybe one of the reasons. But like, Brooke, you got a lot of other reasons to like it.
I refuse to ignore it. The facts are the facts. And I'm just wondering what Trump's going to do to Elon now, because
aren't you more worried about like this
this is
guy
not
in your
water
country?
under the bridge. It might look like it to people that have never been exposed to powerful rich men, but I can assure you that Trump has an ace up his sleeve.
Brooke's mind is so wacky, man.
You don't get to embarrass the president and then come back and say sorry tomorrow. Trump don't play those games. I don't either. That's why I don't have friends. That's also why I respect Trump. So I wonder how long he's been collecting dirt on Elon. Probably from the start. See, people like Elon he can be impulsive, and if it's true that he's on drugs, then that explains some of his erratic behavior and statements. But if it's true that he's on ketamine, then Trump and his administration has been collecting this evidence for months, because they knew he was a loose cannon. So they're going to collect every bit of evidence on him in case of an event that he goes off the rails and does what he did. Now, the reason they would publicly denounce this feud is to settle it, but you can best believe that Trump doesn't trust him. He probably never did. He needed him for his campaign. He needed him for Doge. Who's to say he didn't bring him in on that project just to collect evidence against him? That's how Trump works, though. Here, let me pull you in. You'll be my business partner. And then behind the scenes, he's collecting evidence to build a case, or to build a narrative, or to just know who his enemy is. There's people that behave that way out here that aren't billionaires. I can assure you that this is how billionaires think and behave. They're always covering their bases. They got lawyers lined up looking
Looks
for
like trash.
liabilities.
Got
You know,
class.
the loose ends, the loose wires that they know are going to be problematic. They've already been talked about, and evidence has already been gathered. I just wonder what's going to happen to Elon, because this is not water under the bridge. Trump might say, oh, it's water under the bridge. There's water under the bridge now, until Trump has no use for him. So I wonder if he'll end up in jail for some kind of tax fraud, or well, there ain't no telling. Could his contract with the U.S. government, SpaceX, I don't know. Something's gonna happen. He'll either end up in jail or dead, in my opinion. And hell, it might take 10 years. But it'll be under mysterious circumstances. Like Epstein's death. I sound like a conspiracy theorist. What if I told you this was human nature, though? Look at all the kingdoms. Look at all the kings and queens. They used to do the same shit to each other. People have been betraying people since the beginning of time. And even more, people have been seeking revenge for the betrayal that was done upon them for centuries as well. I think something's going to happen to Elon. Maybe they'll 5150 him and say he's crazy. Maybe he'll get charged with some kind of tax fraud. Maybe SpaceX will fucking implode and they'll blame it on him. I don't know. I just know that Trump don't play these games, honey. And if you cross him, he's going to come after you. Even if it takes him 20 years. It's one of the things I respect about him. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. I just know that Elon seems like a loose cannon right now. He does not seem stable. He seems erratic. He seems a mess. He's pale. His face is always red. He looks, in my opinion, he looks like he's been dabbling in some drugs. In my opinion. And I used to do drugs. Been clean for 5 years. But his appearance, his disheveled appearance, and his erratic behavior and his own statements, God, somebody take Twitter from him, X. It appears that he's going through something. Whether it's drug use, whether it's some kind of mental health dilemma. We know that he has Asperger's. We know that he's got the tism. But this is different. He's literally a loose cannon. You know, it's crazy because Kash Patel, I watched that rerun of Joe Rogan, Kash Patel talking about the Epstein files and why he didn't investigate it. Not the director of the FBI explaining why he can't look into the Epstein files even further and release this list. I mean, it's crazy. It's literally your job. If anybody can look into the Epstein list and release it, it would be you dumbass. I originally liked Kash, but now I'm starting to see that he's just a pawn. And most of them are, you know, we watch them run. They make all these promises, and then they get into office and they turn into sheep. So Kash is one of those people. Patel, is that his name? He went on Joe Rogan, and he tried to explain all of these statements by Elon away. He gave Joe Rogan the runaround. I do think there's more to it. I see both sides. I think that it's wrong that Trump was hanging out with Epstein, allegedly. But I also think that it's wrong for Elon to take to Twitter to air out his grievances. First of all, y'all are supposed to be grown adults. Second of all, y'all are both like billionaires. Why are you out here acting like you're running a trailer park? Like, that was some Jerry Springer shit. How embarrassing. You know, calling out Donald Trump on Twitter and saying that he was in the Epstein files, and that's why Kash Patel had not released them, or that's why the FBI refused to release them, is because Donald Trump was in these files. There does seem to be some truth to those statements. We know that Trump and Epstein were friends. We know that Trump went on his private plane. We know the first time Melania and Trump allegedly ever had sex was on Epstein's private plane. And there's flight logs from Trump traveling there. So on this specific plane, I think Bill Clinton and a few other people took the same plane. So there's flight logs from this. I don't know. I think both of them are wrong, but I do think that Trump's going to get back at Elon. I think he will. I don't think that Elon knows who he's playing with at all. That chicken went bad. Donald Trump opens the door to forgiving Elon Musk. It's laughable. People like this don't give second chances. People like me, we don't give second chances. You fuck us over once, you'll never see us again. So I find it humorous, the headlines, because no way. President Donald Trump said he is open to forgiving Elon Musk after the billionaire's recent attacks, marking a potential turning point in their relationship. Then Elon Musk said that he regretted that he made these statements. Like, does it not feel like a father and a son relationship, with the father rebelling against the son and then the son coming back and saying, I'm sorry, Dad, I pitched a fit in public and I shouldn't have, and I'm sorry. And Trump's like, oh, I'm gonna forgive my son. Like, does it not feel like that? It feels like Elon is a toddler throwing a temper tantrum in the Oval Office.
Temper tantrum?
And Trump is Papa Trump. I mean, that's what it feels like from the outside. It's like crazy. It's crazy. The only reason that Trump would make these statements is because it's what looks good. Of course, he's not going to come out and say, oh, Elon Musk is a two-faced bastard that rides the fence, that is, you know, backstabbing. He's not going to come out and say that, of course. He has to be
Just comments or not?
So, of course, he's going to say, oh, I'm open to forgiveness. And let me tell you what's going on behind the scenes. Yeah, he absolutely is. And he might get even closer to Elon to collect dirt on him, to convict him of something.
Romper stompers.
So this was all over a tax bill called the One Big Beautiful Bill. It's filled with tax cuts and spending on the military and border security. I mean, he's completely went off the rails. Elon Musk said that Donald Trump wouldn't have won his presidential election if it wasn't for Elon. And then he said that the reason the Epstein files weren't released was because Donald J. Trump was in there. He's literally lost his mind. Musk posted on X a few hours before the Trump interview that was released that he regretted some of his remarks about the president because they went too far after he decided to delete them from X. The damage is done, homie. The best thing you could do is stay the fuck away from Trump. What a dumbass. I mean, it really goes to show that you can have all the intelligence in the world, and if you have no street smarts, you're fucked. It really goes to show. This is one of the smartest men in the world, playing with wolves. I mean, he's in the lion's den, playing with lions, thinking that this is some college frat squabble. It's crazy. I mean, it really shows how green behind the ears he is. If they took out the motherfucking president, bitch, are you stupid? I think you is. I think you very stupid. They fucking killed JFK, and you're over here playing these games? Homie, was it JFK? You know who I'm talking about. Musk needs Trump, and Trump needs Musk. We believe that this is an important step to the two becoming friends again and allies on a number of topics. I don't know if he's going to end up dead. I do think he'll end up in jail. I think they'll prosecute him for something in the next few years. Or he'll end up dead. Ketamine overdose. You are playing a dangerous game. And he don't even see it as a game because he's running on emotions. Yeah, he's running on emotions. That's why he made those statements, because he was an emotional mess.
Are we condoning people
His
making
feelings were really
defamatory?
he had to
Wow,
get
I
back
gotta
at
fix
Daddy.
this. Are we condoning people making defamatory statements because they're having a bad day or some shit, or because they're emotional? Because that's pretty wacky, bro.
Making me mad that my
Oh my god, fucking this stupid 2 video shit. Let's test. Okay, now it's gonna. I only have one button, and the button has a mind of its own. Sometimes.
I think Elon has severe psychological issues, specifically with his father's relationship. His father,
If no one makes a Brooke Discord server, I guess maybe I'll make one for the Brooke people.
in my opinion, is a full-blown narcissist. There's tons of interviews with this guy. What's his name? Earl? Shit. First of all, Elon grew up in South Africa with his mother and his father and a brother. And I think he might have a sister too. Elon's father was very overbearing, judgmental,
What did you hear?
aggressive,
I tune Brooke out sometimes. Felt like I might miss some things.
abusive. He beat the hell out of Elon's mother when Elon was growing up with his brother and I do believe sister. They were all in an abusive family dynamic. I can't remember the guy's name. Elon's father has never been proud of anything that Elon has ever done. And matter of fact, in sit-down interviews where Elon's father is talking about Elon's father always finds a way to degrade Elon, his progress, his success. He always finds a way to put Elon down.
Is that what you think? I'm hyping up Brooke, the psychopath? The person I correct every day? Okay.
That causes severe psychological damage to early childhood development, because a child is being belittled and demeaned by the person that they are supposed to be loved and bonded with. And so the family dynamics are crazy. Elon's mother is a notorious supermodel that traveled around the world, and we looked into this. She actually did runway shows in New York when Trump was younger, around the time that Elon was born. Very interesting. I swear to God, go down the rabbit hole. So Elon's mother would fly to New York and do fashion shows, runway shows and stuff. She actually was flying all over the world. And this was before Elon was born. So she would have been in the same circles as Donald Trump, and they would have been the same age. Matter of fact, they're only 3 years apart. Very ironic, right? I'm not saying that Trump is Elon's daddy, but I am saying that there's 3 years missing out of this woman's life right before she got pregnant with Elon. And you can't even find out where she was. Very weird. Very, very weird. Elon's mom, when she got pregnant with Elon, she settled down with Elon's father, who we think is his father. I've been down this conspiracy rabbit hole before. If you weren't here for the first one, yes, I looked in to if Trump could be Elon Musk's father. There is a small potential, but if anybody else, I've been begging someone that has the manpower and money to look into these things, specifically Candace Owens. Candace, I want to know where Elon's mama was for them 3 years she was missing right before he popped out the womb, because the timeline is sketchy, and she was in New York running in the same social circles as Donald Trump. Weird. What is the chances? What is the chances that this supermodel from the 60s and 70s, I don't know when Elon was born, what are the chances that this supermodel is flying all over the world, flies in to New York, meets Donald Trump, and then moves back to South Africa, meets Elon's father, and they settle down and have children? I mean, it's a small world. And then fast forward 40 years, Elon is over here campaigning for Trump. I mean, at the very least, it's a small world. So anyways, Elon's father was extremely abusive, toxic, always dragging the family down, always a brute. The children grew up on fear. They grew up hearing their mother getting beat. And Elon's father has never gave him any kind of recognition or validation. Elon's father tears Elon down at every chance he can get. And so it's clear to me that Elon never bonded with his father because his father, in my opinion, is a narcissist. So I could see how he would flock to Trump, because Trump, from all outward appearances, Trump is a good father. We see through Barron and Trump Jr. Ain't that his name? Donald Trump Jr. Ivanka, is that her name? Tiffany. Listen, I don't know his damn kids, okay? They're not my kids. They're not my names to know. He seems to be a good father and a great grandfather. So I would see why Elon would flock to Trump if they had this bromance. He moved to Mar-a-Lago. He literally he met Trump and he started campaigning for him, and then he interjected himself into being one of the family. You know, it's kind of weird. It's almost like Elon is screaming for a father figure. He's screaming for some kind of connection, in my opinion. And if that's the case, that would explain his erratic behavior when his feelings got hurt over a tax bill and he took to Twitter to air out his grievances like a teenage child. Do you get it? Now they're reconciling, which I think is cute because it's all for public appearances. Unless, and it might not. Elon is so naive, clearly. He's so naive that he thinks that this is a reconciliation, but in my opinion, this is to keep the enemy close, to keep the enemy under control so that he doesn't keep blabbing his mouth on damn Twitter. Trump is going to play frenemies with him now and probably be collecting evidence and any other information that could incriminate him in the future. They're going to be keeping that close to the vest. And they've probably been doing this from the start because this is how billionaires behave. They don't just let anybody in. They let people in while also learning about people and collecting evidence against them for blackmail. And some of that is to cover their own ass legally. So, yeah, it's just crazy that people don't know these things. That's what Epstein was doing. He was using young girls to collect, and P. Diddy was doing the same thing. He was taking videos and blackmailing people that he knew in the music industry and the film industry all over the world. Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein both were doing this to crown princes. World leaders were flying to the island and they were trying to collect evidence to use against them as blackmail to get them to behave the way that they wanted them to. There's no difference in doing that through sex crimes and doing that through friendships. You know what I mean? Sure, Ghislaine and P. Diddy and Epstein were doing it through sex crimes, but the same behavior happens without sex crimes when it comes to billionaires and millionaires and the dirt that they collect on each other and the blackmail that they hold close to the vest in case they need it later on down the road. It's a dangerous game. I wouldn't want to be around a bunch of billionaires or millionaires. Absolutely not. They're very dangerous people. They have the funds and the money to do whatever they want. And some of them, as we've seen, do whatever they want for years before they're busted. And some of them are never busted for blackmailing and pulling the strings behind closed doors. I think that it's going to end poorly. I do. I think that it's laughable that these guys are reconciling because the damage has been done. It's all for show. I wonder what's going to happen. And hell, is Trump doing this because he wants to obtain SpaceX? That didn't even dawn on me. What if, because Elon is contracted through SpaceX and he gets government funding for SpaceX, but that's his company. Well, if a court deemed him mentally unfit and too strung out on drugs to run that company, it would go to the federal government. Right? Hold on. Let me... SpaceX information on federal funding. So SpaceX, a private space flight company founded by Elon Musk, has received significant federal funding through various contracts and grants. In 2024, SpaceX secured a $3.8 billion in federal contracts and has received a total of $18 billion in federal contracts over the last decade. The funding primarily comes through agencies like NASA and the Department of Defense, which is the government. If Elon Musk died, where would SpaceX go to? Hold on 1 second. It's not telling me.
She stopped. I left.
What do you think would happen to SpaceX if Elon died?
I left, but I didn't tell anyone because I didn't want fucking trolls coming in. I didn't want them knowing I left. So I don't know. Let's see. Is she done talking?
Camera won't act right. I can't turn the camera around. My phone, this Apple gets hot sometimes, and it won't let me turn it back around to the face. We're gonna put these. Oh God, these are so soft.
I don't know.
Oh my God.
It says his assets and stuff would go to his kids, but
I think those blisters came from the freaking indentations in the shoe.
could the federal government ever obtain SpaceX from Elon Musk?
All right.
Oh, didn't answer. Just
I'm actually gonna throw this
Yes,
back.
they
Well,
could. While
shit. I don't know what
unlikely,
I want to do.
and that
Trying to
means
get the
like
rock.
if he was in a stable frame of mind, not on drugs, and not out here being erratic. While unlikely and facing significant legal challenges, the federal government could potentially obtain ownership of SpaceX from Elon Musk through a process called nationalization. If you don't know what that is, don't feel bad. I'm about to go see. Shit. Nationalization. I'm glad I know how to say it right. The transfer of a major branch of industry
or commerce from private to state ownership or control.
The transfer of a major branch of industry or commerce from private to state ownership to control. Or control. The principle of eminent domain could potentially extend to seize businesses' assets if it's deemed necessary for public use, provided just compensation is paid.
that
The
doesn't
government would be
sound
required
fair.
to pay the current owner just compensation for the company, although the determination of the value can be complex. Not if he's insane. If he's insane and they put him in like a conservator fucking ship,
Didn't they
would
do that
change
with
the whole
Pacer?
dynamics of everything. And I'm speaking conspiracy theories here. Stick with me. Something's gonna happen.
I mean, something's gonna happen. Did they do that with Pacer though? Wasn't that like a system the government took over this guy's shit, and then left it vulnerable so they
What
could
else
hack
does
it
he
in other
have that they would
countries?
want?
Or is that a conspiracy theory?
Starlink
I
and
saw
SpaceX and Tesla are gonna be his three
the octopus
main
murders.
sources of income. Oh, Neuralink. 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 Elon Musk.
Neuralink. Fuck Neuralink. Just drill like 10 holes in your head.
Does Elon Musk get federal funding for Neuralink? No. He does not receive federal funding. While the Neuralink technology is regulated by the Food and Drug Administration, it does not receive any government funding.
Detective work with. I don't even know what we're trying to solve here.
No.
What case are we trying to crack? I'm eating lunch. Had to go grab lunch. Came back, she was silent. I was like, that's not good. I don't know what my neighbors are doing. My neighbors have all their laundry outside. I guess their dryer's broken. So I'm like walking extra far so their laundry doesn't smell like weed. Oh, the world.
And you know, Trump has already said that. So Elon Musk had said that he was going to fund some Democratic candidates or whatever. And Trump said, quote, if he does, he'll have to pay the consequences for that. And he'll have to pay very serious consequences if he does that. I think it's a very bad thing because he's very disrespectful. You cannot disrespect the office of the president. So clearly Trump is not happy about this because that was his statements. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I can't wrap my mind around what they're going to do to him, but I just know something's going to happen because I know how these people work, honey. The only reason Trump is accepting this apology is because it looks good on him to do so. And, you know, what's the alternative? To continue to fight publicly over something that is so childish?
Childish.
Yeah. I mean, they used each other. They knew going into this that it was about campaigning and getting funding for his companies, and they've been riding off of each other's coattails. And I thought the bromance was good for them, but
What the fuck kind of take is this?
I think there's a lot going on with Elon. I do. I think there's so much more that people don't even understand that he's into. I really do. I don't think he's this, I don't know. I don't think that he's just this intelligent guy. I think he's a highly intelligent, manipulative, cunning,
She can't.
self-motivated guy.
She can't just say both of them are bad. She has to like pick a side. You know what I mean? It's weird. Why can't she just be like, yeah, they're both kind of fucking sus and annoying?
Who's right now?
Oh, that's not the button.
You know what I mean? And clearly you don't become a billionaire unless you have some of those qualities, because you need some of those qualities to become a billionaire. So, I don't know. I just think he's going to end up dead and or prosecuted for something, or something's going to happen. Like I said, there's so many different scenarios. Are they going to 5150 him? Is he going to drive off a cliff in a new model Tesla? Is his house going to explode? Is he going to be found dead in a river with a bunch of ketamine and it appears to be a suicide? The possibilities are endless when we're talking about death scenarios, but also when it comes to finances. Since he receives federal funding, the government knows everything he's doing. You know, they know everything. Every little piece of dirt he's ever done, they know. The White House knows. Trump already has a file that says Elon Musk dirt.
Because they
In
give him
case
money?
of an event he betrays us, this file will be used in small print. They have a file like that.
That's what it says in
everybody.
fine print.
Hell, your local sheriff's office, if you've ever done anything nefarious, they got a file on you, homie. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. So it's crazy that
Does
Elon
the sheriff's office
put
give you
himself in
money?
this position, and
Brooke is on one, man.
it
What
might
the fuck?
lead to his demise. History has a way of repeating itself, and Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. I thought he killed himself. I was one of the ones saying he killed himself because he had a history of mental instability and a history of trying to commit suicide. And then yesterday we went down the rabbit hole of Trump and Epstein's relationship. They were close friends, allies, for over 15 years. Per Trump's
Isn't
words.
that sus?
So, yeah. I was one of the people thinking that he had done this to himself until I found out some of the facts. And then the timeline to the 2020 presidential campaign. It's crazy. I'm not saying that Trump is a rapist, but what I am saying is he has definitely been up to some nefarious stuff in his years. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's no denying the evidence. I like the guy. I
Why?
think people can change.
My
I think
God.
most of the women, I think all the women he slept with were willing to sleep with him. I do think he's a pervert. I don't think he's a sexual predator. But you can be a pervert and not be a predator and still understand what the word no means. Not every
People just trying to get their haircut. They're the real predators, right, Brooke?
pervert is a predator. But I do think that this is the start of something that's going to be huge. I do. I think that this feud is the start of something. So pay attention and buckle in, because it does not end here with reconciliation, honey. That is, that's laughable that people would think that Elon Musk could betray Trump like he did. Those statements.
You know, like her news say yesterday, people were like, "We don't like the throwback live. We'd rather hear Brooke bitch." So I was like, "Oh, we'll let her bitch today." I would rather watch this one. Yeah, I can just mute her.
What else could he have said to
Well,
hurt Trump anymore? It's literally the worst thing he could have ever said. When you think about the different things he could have said.
Bam. Oh,
So yeah, the lady
There we
from
go.
the storage unit called me this morning. She said, "How many do you want to pay?"
let me know if she like rants about her life or something.
I really only had the money to pay 1 month, but I paid 2 months. So I don't know how that's going to affect my truck, but I had to do it. So, and that's another thing. I'm sick of explaining myself to people that don't even have
They would go to space.
bills like I do. Like, you know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Do I want that blanket? Probably. It's getting chilly at night. People be trying to tell me, how to live my life, and they don't even have bills like I do. I think that most of the money that I receive from you guys for this truck payment is from people that have bills. You know what I mean? Ain't it crazy how that works out? So, fun fact, this box is just enough height to fit right there under that latch. You see that? You see how that fits in perfect? You see how smart I am? So, I put that right there
See how
so
smart
that
I
it
am?
would lock in here perfectly. Do you see what I'm saying? That. There's a dip there. This box fits right in there perfectly. So you got to think outside the box. I actually
You're actually thinking inside the box, but okay.
measured this. I wanted something that was going to fit from there to there that I could put my feet on. And so I measured this, and then I went into Lowe's and got it. And this is an industrial, like, heavy duty, whatchamacallit, box. Oh my God. I'm barely making it. My shoulders too from carrying that book bag, yo. I've never felt this kind of pain. Whew. And I've worked out, the past, exclusively the past, 2 years almost. And I take very good care of myself, but this is completely different. When you're not eating, when you're not resting, it takes a bigger toll. Like, when you're not getting the things that you need, even showering, like, that is so imperative, dude. Going a day or two without a shower, it makes you feel disgusting. But not only that, it starts to affect your mental health. It absolutely does. And, I think that homeless people have a lot more, what is it called? Socioeconomic issues than the majority of the population that people can't even begin to fathom. They say, get up, go work, you fucking bum. But that man hasn't even showered in a month. He hasn't had a good night's rest since the day he become homeless. He probably isn't drinking water and taking care of himself because he doesn't have the money to. It's one of the most internally.
Your thing's cutting in and out.
It is the most devastating thing to realize that no one has you. That nobody's coming for you, that nobody's gonna help you,
You were out on the streets for 2 days, bro. Calm down.
that there's nowhere for you to go, and society turns their back on them.
Society didn't turn their back on Brooke. They like gave her water and band-aids, and asked her if she needed rides and respected her boundaries when she yelled and screamed at the gnome and was pounding on people's back windows as they drove by. So, what the fuck she's going on about here?
Problem when they cause the problem by letting rent fucking skyrocket. They're the ones that cause the problem. You know, we had a big enough heart to allow, you know, close to 21 million immigrants, supposedly, allegedly. That's what Donald Trump says. That's his number, and I trust him more than the Biden administration. More than the Biden administration. 21 million immigrants when we had people on our own soil at the time suffering. People that can't pay their bills, people that are going homeless left and right. And y'all bring immigrants here for what?
People probably think the same. Who brought Brooke back to this town?
They wanted us to all get poor. They're planning this work. Look at us. We're all fucking struggling out here. Hell, every other fucking week I gotta take my shit out of my truck because I think it's fucking going back. I've got blisters on this foot that's hurting really bad. I probably need to take... Oh my God, I cannot believe I drove down the road with those shits on there. I can't believe I drove with that on there.
What is it? Why is it?
Look how big they are. So I put one on the ground and I laid in the middle of it, and within 5 minutes, water was creeping in from the edges.
What the fuck? She has puppy pads for her windows. I thought she was criticizing someone else for having puppy pads on their windows.
I said, shit, well, I'm not going to be able to sleep here.
Why is her windows
So at 3 o'clock in
leaking?
the morning, I went over there and got my fucking truck. I said, fuck this. I've got enough for the payment. If I don't pay the storage. And I just paid the storage, so. I'm doing the best that I fucking can. Which is never enough. And I was about to say something really important when I was talking about homeless people, and I completely forgot. I said that the Biden administration wanted this.
Super important. Too bad we'll never. Look at all this shit she has in her storage. She just have like a bunch of empty water bottles. Like, what the fuck is this?
And I was talking about immigrants. Oh, yes, absolutely. The immigration has affected how we are able to help and house the homeless people of our country. Absolutely, 100%. You go to any homeless shelter now, and it's all of them. Every single one of them are full of immigrants. And listen, you guys, I know that some of y'all were like, oh, she's a racist because she doesn't want immigrants here. That is not true. What is this? What is this?
I don't know, Brooke, this is your truck.
Hold on one second. Oh, there's something nasty down in the bottom of this. Why would he do that? Look at this. Look at that. Why would he do that? You know why? You know why? Because that's what abusers do. Wow, look, he's going through all of my paperwork. You see how stalkers are?
What the fuck is she talking about? The Repo people? Or Uncle Randy cleaned up the truck for you and put all your stuff in this plastic bag that was just lying around? Because if the Repo man came, you wouldn't have the truck, so it must have been Uncle Randy.
My inverter. Wow, what an idiot. This isn't trash. Oh, but look, of course he had to get something nasty on it just to upset me, you know? This is what I'm saying. This is the mental fucking games that you have to stay away from. If they do shit like this, they'll do 10 times worse, honey. If they're...
I don't even know if this was Uncle Randy. She could have made this bag of trash, for all I know. What the hell?
If they're willing to play little games like this and try to harm you, there's so much worse that they will do to you. You have to get away from people like this. Why would he spill something in there? Ask yourself. Why would he said, oh, you had this bag of stuff. Oh, wow, it's barbecue sauce. There's a barbecue sauce container in there. He took it. He opened it and squeezed it all out in the bag.
I don't think so. Okay. If he did, like, put all this in a bag, he probably just, like, took everything and put it in the bag.
And I don't know what all's down in here, but I'm just gonna throw all of this away because fucking Pandora bracelet. Yeah, that's trash. You know, $50 bracelet. Let's just throw it away. So sick of people.
She said they could clean it out. I don't remember that, but I'll take your word for it. You want to have it all. Take everything from you. I think I should.
Mad at a woman
Think back on it.
that you kidnapped at fucking 18. I'm sorry, I was 20 years. I've been fighting the good battle trying to get away from this son of a bitch. I'm doing exactly what I was doing 5 years ago. Fighting, trying to get away from him.
Well, then you would have actually, like, given the repo man a run for his money instead of going right back to this guy's house.
People don't understand. It's not as easy as just leaving, honey. It's not as easy as
I mean, it kind of is.
just leaving. I wish it were. I wish that every time I left, it would have stuck, but it hasn't. Because I'm poor. Oh. I need the blocks. I mean, you know, back to homeless people. There's nowhere for them to go. The government has turned their back on them, and they allowed 20-something million immigrants to come into this country when we have more and more Americans going into homelessness. We have more families than ever that are looking at homelessness. They're facing homelessness. But the Biden administration says, oh, it's okay. We got room. We got room. Bring them. Bring them. We'll feed them and clothe them and house them and educate them and blah, 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 blah. It's bullshit. They should.
Brooke, you wouldn't get employed even if there's no immigrants. You wouldn't get employed. The immigrants are not why you can't get a job.
have never allowed those people here, especially.
And at least you have, like, an Uncle Randy to financially abuse and take his money because you're poor, right? That he puts up with it for whatever fucking reason. Those people don't.
When we are in the middle of a freaking recession. 100% we are. I'm sick of lying. We're in the middle of a fucking recession, you guys. I'm done. I'm done lying. I'm done fucking feeling crazy. I'm not crazy. My bank account says I'm not crazy. My bank account says we're in the middle of a fucking recession. I don't know how anybody is
I don't think that's how you judge a recession, is based off your own bank account.
surviving. Seriously.
I'm poor. Recession.
I had another block. Actually, this water I want. Water. I'm not grabbing everything today because I'm tired and I can barely walk. I'm literally like barely walking. Water, protein, underwear. Jesus Christ, bro.
So we're just gonna chill at Uncle Randy's for another day?
My pillow's over there in the corner. I need it. I guess I'm gonna have to crawl over in there in a minute. It's ridiculous. Where's that shoe? I'm looking for a little clog. I'm looking for a clog that's brown. Strap. Tall heel. Kind of wide. Uncomfortable, but looks cute. Y'all, I'm sweating. Why do I have a fucking toboggan on? What is wrong with me?
Why'd you keep calling a hat a toboggan?
Look at me. I look like shit.
Toboggan is something you fucking... It's like a sled.
My face is all broke out
What's going on,
from
salty?
2 days of being homeless. My whole entire face is broke out. I have not washed my hair. I've not had a shower
Why is this not working
since
now?
Friday or Thursday. I don't remember. I've lost count in time of the fucking days. Let me tell you, honey. Living like this does something to a person that you can't even put into words. I do know that the next time I see a homeless person, the last thing I'm gonna be saying is go get a fucking job. How about go take a shower? How about go take a fucking load off? How about go eat a meal? How about go shave and shit and shower? That's what society needs to let them do. And I was thinking, I said, why do we not have programs where we give people the opportunity to come off drugs? Why is there not programs, homes that they can go to and say, oh, you want to get clean? Okay, well, let's get you showered, let's get you processed, let's get your belly full.
That's what.
And then let's talk about getting you on the path to recovery.
So strange.
You know, maybe,
how that does
just maybe, if they were able to eat, get the bellies full, get some sleep, and think, maybe they would decide to get off drugs. But with their basic needs not even being fucking met, I can promise you, I can assure you that the last thing they're gonna be thinking about is getting off drugs. Their basic needs are not even being met. And it's absolutely our responsibility to take care of people.
Oh, there we go. The
that are
bed's
too
going
sick to
back
care of
in.
themselves.
Did she put the stove? She said the stove and something else. Stove in like a metal box. Helped her sleep or something.
And it's absolutely our responsibility to look after our fucking veterans that have fought for this country, for our fucking freedom. They're out here sleeping on the fucking streets, drinking their sorrows away.
We had a whole case of water at the storage unit. Why were we like walking around for miles bitching about water when we could have just stayed around the storage unit and got water out of it?
It's heartbreaking and it pisses me off. And the Biden administration says, oh, come here. We'll house you, clothe you, give you a job, give you a work permit, blah, 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 blah. They don't even do that for the American people. They don't do that for the American people. My God, I gotta set y'all down. I'm sorry. Tampons everywhere. Hey, there's my white shirt that I love. These are dirty. We just cleaned this storage shed up. Look at it again. It's because I still have too much shit. All of this stuff needs to be sold or given away or something. I need my pillows. Oh, my hip. I can't. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, shit. And now everything's falling. Damn it. I need my pillows, but I can't get my foot down here. Cowboy hat. You know, we gotta have the signature hat because that's how everybody knows that it's my truck. So I can't wait to drive through town this morning in my truck. All you motherfuckers wanna fucking try to run me off the road and kill me? It's not over, baby. I never forget. I'll be there when you least fucking expect it. All four of you. And the little mama in the minivan that tried to hit me twice. I mean, what type... And
Gary said that he tried to give Brooke a nice dinner and $100, or just $100, and she spat in his face. You gave her money, and then she blocked you too once she starts recognizing you, or you leave lots of comments, even if it's not disrespectful, or she sees you throw in a couple times during. She thinks you're out to get her. And then when you show her loyalty, that's exactly what happened to me. Well, that's not good, Gary. Yeah, Brooke is crazy. Probably shouldn't give her money.
And that's a woman.
Unless, like I said, you like lighting your money on fire. But that's illegal. You shouldn't do that either.
That has kids. The woman that called the law on me for flipping her off because she almost hit me when I have the right of way on the fucking road. I was walking down the road in 80-something degree heat, homeless.
That's what the people say. The people say her live chat is turned off. Yeah, chat is disabled for this stream, it says down here. The arrows are blocking it. But that's what it says. I wonder why she did that.
She calls the law to have me arrested. See, that is how the majority of people are towards homeless people. Let me call the law. Maybe they have a warrant. How fucked up? Because you don't want to move your minivan to another lane so that this person can walk? As if this person hasn't been through enough. You're evil. And people like that raise their kids to be just like they are. And this is why we have a population of people that have no fucking respect for themselves or anyone else.
Hey, Brooke, remember when you won and you got the truck back? You're still fucking angry about shit?
I'm gonna change real quick because I'm nasty and I've not had a shower in 3 days. So, the least I can do is try to put some clothes on so that I don't stink completely. I gotta find something first, though. Fuck it. Were these clean or dirty? They're clean. I'm gonna put these on. Not in front of you, though.
Do you think she bitches? We should have a transcript, actually. Here, let me look at the transcript. 54.
It's really so hot, it's the type of day you need shorts. But my legs are chafed from where it started raining last night and my clothes got wet. I can't wear anything that's blue jeaned because it will definitely make things worse. My feet are so bad.
I don't know what these... I've never seen her wear these pants before.
Damn it. Oh, why I gotta make them so high? And I'm sweating, so they're like sticking to me and I can't. I probably look hot.
What kind of pants are these?
Doesn't matter what I look like. It matters what I feel like.
Okay.
Oh, God.
I can't even describe... I don't even know who Janis Joplin is, but she looks like Janis Joplin pants.
Oh. Okay, this is good enough. I can't grab anything else. I'm literally in so much pain. I can barely stand. Oh, my feet.
Damn it, Clap Frog. Yeah, damn it, Bobby's on the bingo.
Wash that.
There's a lot of options, so we might have to, like, refresh the card or get a different card. I like 70s pants.
Wash these.
Those are huge bell
I'm gonna
bottoms.
take these window covers down because they look crazy. Y'all, that puppy pad was... They work great as window covers. Where's my window covers? Yeah,
Did
that's
she
right.
wear
Where's my
pants like
fucking
that,
window
Raisin?
covers?
That's like a
Shit.
picture of Janis Joplin.
That's the problem I'm gonna have, finding those. I got all 4 of them I gotta find. Damn it.
I mean, when I search Janis Joplin pants, it looks pretty similar. Yeah. See, my brain just knows. Janis Joplin pants.
Come on.
It's like Vin Diesel and Pitbull are brothers.
What's even crazier to me is that society will kick you and kick you and kick you and kick you until you can't get back up. And then they'll tell you that...
Also, like, Mark Wahlberg, who's that other guy? Oh, Matt Damon, Mark Wahlberg, and Leonardo DiCaprio all look the same to me, too. Like, I can't tell the difference between them in movies sometimes.
the reason you're on the ground is your fault. When they're the ones that threw you there and beat you to stay down. Bullshit. Bullshit. Not this girl. I need a tank top. Like a...
These are just, I don't know. The pants don't match Brooke. She's not like a hippie. She's a very angry criminal. She should be wearing... I don't know. Whatever this is on the live right here. A bra and fucking short jeans. With a baseball bat and a knife. And that vein popping out of her head.
I hope nobody calls the law on me because I'm naked. Titties flying in the wind.
What?
Like saddlebags. so hot. I need to cover up. There we go. These pants are weird. That's why I never wear them. It is so hot already, and it's sticky as shit. It's like 100% humidity. Where did I put my vape? Here it is. All right, this is. I think that this is all I need for now. Maybe a towel. It's clean. Just wash these. There's one. All right. I think for now that's all I'm gonna take because we'll have to come back and situate this shit again. Okay, this is what happens every single time. I don't know where my window covers are. There's my night ones. Oh shit. Sorry, I was gonna take you, but it's not gonna happen.
It's got some goddess draping fucking
Night window covers.
What the fuck?
Where's the ones that go on the side though?
It's not supposed to have holes in it like that, right? I think that's
Oh, definitely need my shit kicker.
tablecloth. That's what I was thinking. It's like a tablecloth that's repurposed as a shirt that has like huge holes in it.
Yeah, definitely need these. These are a necessity. Protein, we'll take this. I don't know where I could have shoved my window covers, but at this point, I'll just go buy a black piece of fabric and fucking...
Why isn't Brooke a tarot card reader? Or tarot? How do you say it?
Yeah, I'll
Tarot?
just have to
Tarot?
buy a black piece of
Marlboro?
fabric.
Marlboro? The Marshmallow Man?
Because I don't know where they went. And I can't find shit. And I'm tired and I just want to go. I just want to go. Alright. My feet are killing me. I hope that I put my Crocs back in there. I don't remember. Fuck it. I can't change nothing. Oh. Some of this never hurt. So my storage facility, I paid 2 months on this morning. So it's good until December 1st. But that took my total from $766 to $666. So whatever I have left over has to go to Allie. And hell, half the time they won't even take a partial payment. So there's a good chance because I don't have $700 that they won't even take it. Ain't that fucked up? Like, make it make sense. Why? Why? If somebody is giving you money, take the fucking money. Stop being stupid. They always do that though. They say, oh, you don't have the full 700. Oh, just call back when you have the full 700. And I'm like, listen. If I'm offering you money, you better take it, honey, because I got other bills and there's a good chance that if you don't take the money, somebody else gonna
Blah, 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 blah,
See, that's
blah.
how it works when you owe multiple people money for bills. Trying to explain this to stupid people, though, you know, is next to impossible. Next to impossible. So I'm gonna go, y'all. I'm gonna, I've got to head into town. I have so much to do today, and I have not showered in days. And I need to shower. I need to shower. I need to eat. And then I can worry about my feet. But I've got to shower. I've got to eat.
And then you're gonna go do a hurricane scam.
And so that's what I'm going to do. But I might pop back up if I run into one of my bullies. Because this shit ain't over. You ain't going to attempt to kill me and expect me to just shut up. Okay? Especially when I got it on camera. But I hope y'all have a good afternoon. And I'm gonna call Allie, talk to them. That's what I'm doing. I gotta call the bank and talk to them. But I hope y'all have a good afternoon and we'll talk soon. I'm sick of living like this. Can I just say that I'm sick of having to unpack my truck and then repack my truck? It would just be easy if YouTube would pay me the money that they owe me.
How did that ever get resolved?
Could have solved all. It could have solved 5-6 problems at once if they would have gave me my $3,000 check. We'll talk soon. Love you guys. Be safe. Pray for me because God knows I need it. And pray for everybody else too because they're gonna need it today. Bye.
They're gonna need it. What are you gonna do to them, Brooke? Brooke's out. Brooke's out on the prowl. She's gonna fuck people up. Jesus.
Because I think it was a lot of time. I think that Patty absolutely let Justin live with Usher and P. Diddy. Probably let him go over there numerous times.
So that's the end of my playlist. I have to go find the next video, I guess. I don't know. Maybe she's still... Does she hunt people down before going on the hurricane scam?
They were his manager. They were his production.
Tony is in front of the courtroom? In front of courtroom. Like Tony's in court right now? Dude, the Tony stream tonight's gonna be insane. Oh, mamma mia.
They were everything. Without them and without her being willing to let them have access to him, his career would have never taken off. If she was going to be a helicopter mom, he wasn't going to be a star. We know a lot of these children's stars, even as far back as Shirley Temple and Judy Garland, they were passed around the industry. So there's no telling what happened to him, y'all. She was battling drug issues her fucking self. When Justin Bieber signed his first record deal with Usher's label in 2008, his mother Patty had no doubts he would be a star. Patty, who was 49, was fundamental to her son's early success, accompanying him on his first solo trip to Atlanta to meet music entrepreneur Scooter Braun and uploading videos of Justin singing cover versions of famous YouTube songs or songs on YouTube where his talent was first discovered. It was Patty who gave birth to her son at home for teenage mothers a month before her 19th birthday. So Justin Bieber's mama already had an unstable upbringing. She was pregnant outside of wedlock, and she was going to give birth to Justin in this teenage mother. I'm sorry. It was a teenage home for mothers who were unwed, who were about to get teenage mothers who were about to give birth. That's where Justin was born. And it was right before her 19th birthday, so she's 49 now. She was in charge of signing Justin's legal documents as his career took off, and she admitted that the task was, quote, daunting.
What is happening? Why did that break?
When people being suddenly thrust into the mechanisms of big record companies and talent agents would be the bewildering task for anyone, but it's fair to say that Patty was vulnerable after overcoming a very difficult past. I'm sorry. Oh,
You guys interrogating Gary? What's Gary? What's Gary not telling you?
shit. Long line of history. A long line of abuse. You don't say. A long line of history. You knew what I meant. You knew what I meant. Patty, who was abused as a child from the age of 5 by a male babysitter and a friend's grandfather.
Gary was like getting unbrainwashed. Brooke was like, I can't have this. And she was shocking him with car batteries and stuff. But he made his grand escape. And now he's here, not answering your guys' questions. I don't know what you guys are asking him.
She recalls how she became so accustomed to being violated that it began to feel normal. After abusing drugs and alcohol in her teenage years to mask the pain, she raised Justin in social housing and worked 2 or 3 jobs at a time to support them. So here we have a family, Justin Bieber and his mother, living in poverty, living in Section 8. She's barely scraping by, and I would not doubt that there is instances of mental instability and drug use. You know what I mean? Mental problems and drug use. So years after struggling, it's no wonder that Justin's sudden rise to fame felt like the reward that they had been waiting for. Sadly, that naivety had played a part in... I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know what's wrong with me. Naivety had a part to play in Justin's path to whirlwind life of fame, leaving him potentially vulnerable to some of the industry's most dangerous and predatory stars. Just a year after being signed to Island Records, a 15-year-old Bieber spent a now infamous 48 hours with P. Diddy, seemingly unsupervised at the rapper's home, where they, quote, went full buck crazy. Bieber himself, a new father to Jack Blues with wife Hailey Bieber, has said that he feels disgusted by the allegations against Diddy and wants nothing to do with Diddy. Questions have been raised about how such a doting mother could leave her only son in such a vulnerable position and allow Diddy to become a mentor-like figure to him. Sources close to Justin exclusively told the Daily Mail that he, quote, should have never been allowed at the party with Diddy or anyone else when he was a teenager, end quote. They claim that he was, quote, thrown to the wolves by his mother and a largely absent father, Jeremy Bieber, with whom she split a few months after Justin's birth. There's no evidence to suggest that Bieber's parents, Usher or Reed, knew about Diddy's alleged criminal activity at the time. Well, then that just means that they were idiots. But Patty herself was still young and had her only son.
I've never given Brooke money. I don't give a lot of people money. Who's the people on YouTube I give money to? I think I gave Owl money once. Like a super chat, $20. I'm a member on MS666 channel. I think that's it. I'm trying to remember if there was probably. Is there another Heather streamer? Maybe I gave Mama Bear a couple dollars one time or something, but I don't think, maybe Crazy Train? But that's it. I would never give Brooke money. I would never give anyone that I cover in a critical light money. The closest person I ever came to doing that was Tony, and thank fucking God I didn't, because he's like a real piece of shit. But no, I've never given Brooke money.
At 18 years old, just months before she turned 19. She has a long history of trauma. Even before she was born, tragedy had struck the family. Her sister Sally had died after being hit by a car when she was just 5 years old, while their mother was pregnant with Patty. After her violent alcoholic father left, she was 2 years old. Patty endured years of sexual abuse with those responsible, including a family's grandfather, a friend's grandfather, and a male babysitter. In her book, she claimed that she was first molested at the age of 3, continuing until she was 14. As a teenager, she turned to drugs and alcohol to numb the pain. It sounds like Patty has had a hard life too. And it just goes on. The woman's been through a lot.
All right, I'll let the poll run for another minute. It looks like we're gonna go back over here. I'm just gonna brush my teeth quick.
While she was signing Justin Bieber's documents, she revealed she was, quote, afraid of her decision, that it would put him on a path of unhealthy, long-term relationships, in words that have now become haunting as the allegations surrounding Diddy have surfaced. Patty writes, things were just happening so big and so fast with Justin. I was responsible for signing contracts that could affect a large portion of Justin's life. And now he's broke. For those that don't know, Justin Bieber's broke. Yeah, he's about to be mooching off of Hailey. I hope she got a prenup, because she's a billionaire. And if it's true that he has a drug problem, then he's going to need a lot of money to support that habit. I don't know. I think that the fact that Justin put that P. Diddy video out himself, I think he's telling us that he was abused. I think we need to take it as face value. Justin Bieber is the one that posted the infamous clip of P. Diddy standing with his arm around Justin, talking about how they were going to get buck wild for the next 48 hours and they couldn't disclose what they were going to do. And the fact that Justin posted that, he's probably been screaming for years for someone to pay attention. It's sad. And now he has a son. And life is coming full circle for him. And it seems like he's spiraling into full-blown addiction. He does not look good. He does not sound good. He's been all over Instagram and other social media platforms being erratic and dangerous, making incoherent statements, well in his body. He looks half drunk or high on opiates. I mean, it's concerning. It's really concerning. And we all know that Hailey Bieber ain't got no damn backbone, so she ain't gonna do nothing about it, and his management ain't gonna do nothing about it because they say that he's fine.
Thanks for the beans.
He's not fine.
You're up in my broadcast from the beans?
At all. CTAY super chatted $1.46.
It hurts my heart.
I only give Steve money on YouTube.
I do think something happened to him. I do think Diddy hurt him. I'm not blaming his mom, but it's very clear that she was in over her head and she didn't know who she was dealing with, and she's also a victim herself. The family dynamics are so unhealthy. So unhealthy. Extremely unhealthy. My chicken was good. Not for $8.50, but it was good.
Thank you, CT. Sorry, I was in the other room. Heard this go off. Thank you.
Well, I'm gonna run. I gotta go do laundry. Gotta do laundry. And, yeah. I don't know. I'm buying my time. Buying my time. It sucks. I hate when I'm like stuck here waiting on stuff to happen so that I can take care of stuff that I need to take care of.
Yeah,
it's like I'm just buying my time until
we gotta switch over anyways.
The end of the week. I'm ready to get through this week and next week so that I can make a plan, because I can't do anything until all of this is handled, till I pick the truck up, till I go to court. Like, I can't do anything until all of this is handled. So I'm ready for it to just take place so that I can just go to living my life on the streets and figure.
I've seen people saying that she did pay off the truck, but I haven't seen like any proof of it. Like, I didn't hear the phone call where they said like it was paid. So as far as I know, it's just rumors, but she's acted pretty happy and not desperate. So if I were a betting man, I'd say it's probably paid off right now.
Figure out how I'm going to survive out there. Sitting here thinking about that stresses me out more than trying to actually physically live it out, you know? So it's like, I know I'm about to be on the streets, but like, I don't know when they're going to get the truck. And it's kind of just killing me. I would rather them just go and get the truck and I'll figure out how I'm going to live on the streets.
Whoa.
It's stressing me out not knowing when they're going to come and get the truck. And it's prolonging everything. Like, I'm ready for them to just take the fucking truck so that I can figure out how I'm going to survive and where to go from here. I can't even start my plan until they get custody of the truck. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's been very stressful, but I knew that this was coming because I haven't made enough money from YouTube to ever make a truck payment. I mean, I made all my truck payments by the grace of God, but what I'm saying is I don't generate enough income to pay for the truck, to pay for the gas. So, you know, I literally said this for a year, and everybody wanted to say that I was lying because they lie. And a lot of these people that jump in my comment section, they don't even own cars, so they don't understand what a deferment is. They don't.
How do you know who the people are talking in your comment section? Are you implying like you've done research, you've done recon on all of them? None of them own cars.
Understand how it works, and then they twist everything around, and like, I found it comical because I really thought that I was like super, super, super dumb. And the longer I have a channel, the more I'm seeing that maybe I'm not that bad off. Maybe I need to be grateful. You know what I mean? So, for instance, 6 months ago, somebody asked me how much I owed on the truck, and I said $8,000. Well, somebody asked me the other day, how much do you owe on the truck? And I said probably about $7,000 or $8,000. Most people that have bought multiple cars understand that since I've had a deferment, I haven't paid any of those payments off because they were pushed to the back of the loan, which kept my payoff the same that it was 3 months prior, because nothing is going towards the car. It's all finances that are being taken. Do you see what I'm saying? But a lot of people don't understand this because a lot of people have never bought a new car. They don't understand gap insurance. They don't understand what these things are and how these systems work. Some of y'all completely get it. When you are doing deferments and you're pushing those payments to the back of the loan, you're not paying off any of the, what's the word? You're not paying off the whole sum of the car. You're just paying off interest. And so that is why I still owe the same amount that I did 3 or 4 months ago.
I thought you only had 3% APR. Just flexing it.
And hell, when you make these payments, only, you know, out of my $700 payment, only a few $100s is even going towards the cost of the car anyways. Most of that they take is for finance. So it's finance interest.
I thought you said you were going.
So, you know, it's just crazy. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming probably a year after I bought the truck, because that's when society started to decline. Gas went up. Remember 2021? So I bought this truck then, and probably 6 months after I bought this truck, that's when everything went to shit and I just couldn't afford anything anymore. My income was directly
Crazy as a bed bug? I've never heard that expression.
impacted by everybody else's income, and if they're not
Crazy
making
as a
money, then
bed
I'm not
bug.
making money. And so it's just the name of the game. It's just how it is. I was in a
Crazy as an
cash-only
anchovy.
business that was severely affected by COVID. Probably about 90% of income stopped when COVID started. And that's just the name of the game, and that's how it's been. So I can't change that. I've worked my ass off. I get up every day and strive to do better. And that's the only thing that I can do. And that's what I've been doing. And that's what I'm going to continue to do, regardless if I'm living on the streets.
I used to have a manager that would end meetings like this. Like, they would just go on forever and ever and ever. I didn't care because, like, I was getting paid for it. But now, just shut the fuck up. We got to get to this video, Brooke. What is the end of this stream? Do it. End the stream. She said she was ending it.
I do wish that they would just hurry
That's
up.
the only reason I'm here right
because
now.
I'm ready to make a plan on the streets, you know? I do want them to hurry up and come get it because I'm just exhausted. Even like today, I have no way to get gas, and I have no gas. It's stressing me out. If I didn't have the fucking truck, I wouldn't have these problems. All of my money would go into my pocket for food, for myself, for clothes that I need. Like, literally, look at this. Everything I own is 16 sizes too fucking big. I haven't even bought myself a clothing item in 4 years. I'm sick of that. I worked my ass off from sun up to sun down to take care of myself, to focus on my mental health. And I don't even have
You just bitch.
clothes that fit me. It's just frustrating. It's very frustrating. Not to mention food to eat. You know, went to bed again hungry last night. I was too lazy to cook, and it also was too hot to cook. And then I wake up this morning starving, lay in bed for 4 hours hungry as hell, trying to figure out how I'm going to get money for food. It's exhausting. If I did not have this truck, I would not have these problems. I really don't know how I was able to come up with
truck is the
$3,000 to
problem,
$4,000 a month up until 2 months ago, because, well, I did have one person helping me, so that makes sense. But it costs about $3,000 to $4,000 a month to live out of a car comfortably. If you're going to be driving a V8, anything like a Suburban, a van, an RV, honey, your gas bill is going to be between $1,200 and $2,000 a month on the easy end. That's
Yeah, if you're just driving around not doing
on the
anything.
good end. These things that I've experienced, that I've expressed, they get twisted around on me. And it's crazy that people... The reason why is there's a lot of YouTubers that have channels that showcase their van life, and they try to make it seem like it's this life of luxury and ease. And they're showcasing that to y'all to build their channel to make money off of y'all. They need you to think that this is a life of luxury, so they play the part. And what they're really doing is lying to you guys. Now,
It's not even, I don't even think it's that. I don't think anyone's trying to be like, it's luxurious to live in a van. I think some people actually enjoy living in a van and they want to share their life with their audience, kind of like you, Brooke, except these people are way more positive. And seeing somebody just living their life happily is enjoyable content to consume. I'm the opposite. I just find content that I hate, apparently, and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? But I don't think they're trying to fool anybody or anything like that to trick you into go living in a van.
Now, there's been other social media creators this year that have come out saying the same thing that I've been saying for 2 years. And thank God to those people that are showing the receipts of van life, because this is not a cheaper option. This is an option that you fall into because of certain circumstances. It's easier at the time because it's what you have to do and it's the only option, but it is not cheaper. Not unless you got a $4,000 mortgage. Now, if you got a $4,000 mortgage, of course this is going to be cheaper. But if you're a single person living in a one-bedroom apartment that's $1,200 a month, that would be approximately your gas for the month. Remember what I said, $1,200 to $2,000. So if you're paying for a one-bedroom apartment, or you're paying $1,200 to $2,000 in gas, it's going to equal out to the same. Living out of a car is the same cost as living out of a one-bedroom apartment for $1,200 a month. The truck payment's $700, the insurance is $150, and then you tack on the $1,200 to $2,000 a month in gas. That's almost $3,000. That's not including your food. That's not including your gym pass to shower. That's not including little ins and outs that you might need. Like for me, Tylenol PM or some kind of sleeping medication. Laundry, that's a huge one. Vacuuming and cleaning the car out on a weekly basis. All of these things start to add up. I probably go through 1 or 2 packs of these a week, which means that I'm spending approximately just $10 a month just to have baby wipes because I don't have access to running water unless I drive 45 minutes down the road to the gym. All of these little things start to add up.
So why don't you just get an apartment, bro?
Now, if you want to be nasty and live out of a car, by all means, you can probably do it cheaper, but nobody's going to want to be around you and nobody's going to want to serve you in their business because you're nasty and you stink. So I just think that there's so much misconception that comes with this lifestyle, and people, my own followers, acted like last year, they acted like I had made it big and I wasn't going to have no problems and YouTube monetized me and that was going to help me out. And there's so much misconception that it gets turned around on me because YouTube lies. They have me posted as making 20,000.
I'll tell you this, she wouldn't even have the truck right now still. Unless Uncle Randy was paying it off, or if she had her YouTube channel.
$1,000 a month. Do you know how much that hurts a creator like me that literally doesn't even have money for food? It's hurt me tremendously. It's been, besides YouTube has been the main one that has hurt me. The platform that I work for works against me on a daily basis by posting lies.
By posting lies?
I've never made
Social Blade. She's talking about Social Blade. Where does YouTube post your earnings?
$2,000. I've never made a $1,500 check from YouTube. I've never made a $1,400 check from YouTube. So the fact that
that's a lie.
They have me posted as making $20,000 a month is so counterproductive for my channel.
She showed her own receipts where she made at least $1,300. I could grab them. Hold up.
It's crazy, crazy. And you know, maybe after a month or two on the streets, people will see things for what it is. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm really hoping. It's crazy. Let's look at some analytics since I'm talking about it.
Sure. Pull them up. Why is... It's gonna make me have to re-screenshot it.
Which makes me even madder. Your hard work paid off. Publishing got you... Publishing more helped your channel get 277% more views than usual.
Isn't that good, Brooke?
I've had almost a 300% increase on my views in less than a month. And I don't even make a $700 check.
Mine says your channel got 1,453% more views than usual. I guess Brooke's really having things pay up.
It's crazy. Millions, almost 4 million views this month. Don't you think that 1 million views is worth $250? Because I do. And I actually think that 1 million views is worth like $500 to $1,000. They say that if you make them, if you Google how much money do you make off of 1 million views, Google lies and said that you make like $27,000. I hit 1 million views on a post and I made $270.
Was it a short?
The lies that they put out there.
Lies everywhere. What was I looking at?
The lies that they put out there. It's crazy. How much money do you make off of 1 million views on YouTube? $1,000 to $6,000, and I've seen some that say
$1,000 to $6,000. I think it's more than that. It depends, but like, what?
Said 27,000. So, lies.
Are you like looking at the AI overview? The AI overview is usually wrong.
A YouTube can expect to earn between $1,000.
Oh right, yeah. She posted the art. Thank you.
And $6,000 for 1 million views.
I was searching like my hard drive because I know that I had to screenshot it. I should probably just go on the phone and screenshot and airdrop it like I did last time.
That is a bold-faced lie, and I can prove it. Give me a minute.
Because for whatever reason on the desktop, images don't open all the way.
We're gonna go to shorts. We're gonna have to scroll back. 1,000 to 6. I've never even received a check for $6,000 or anywhere close to it. It's crazy. And you know, that same post that I'm talking about is still getting thousands of views every day. It was about the Springfield event with the Haitians eating the ducks or the geese. Remember that?
Is it age restricted? Maybe because it's age restricted.
So Google and YouTube work together, for those that don't know. I actually work for YouTube, but I'm paid through Google. And Google has it posted that if you get 1 million views on YouTube, that you get anywhere from $1,000 to $6,000.
I get what she's trying to say. That's not how it works, Brooke. She thinks because she Googled how much does YouTube pay. She's not okay. Everything's different everywhere. Like, it depends where you're uploading videos in, like what country you're in, what country your audience is watching those videos from. If they have ad blocker, YouTube premium views pay, I think, actually a little bit better than normal views. There's so many different factors. Shorts pay different. Depending on how you set up your ads in the video that you're uploading, pay different. It's not like a clear-cut answer, but she thinks because she Googled this and Google is telling her that, and since Google pays her, that Google is trying to fuck her over. It's kind of insane. I didn't the way her brain works is hilarious to me. Just angry scrolling out. Anyways, did I airdrop these? I feel like I did. Yes, I sent. Let me pull these up. I never made a check.
It was called Our Tax Dollars Rolling
my ass.
Down the Street. Hold on one second. It got over 1 million views. 1 million views. And I made $300 off of that, which is great. That's actually good. I'd be okay with that if that's the only one I've ever made money off of. All of my shorts, I make pennies on the dollar. I make 13 cents, 12 cents for everything I post. So as you would see, at that rate, I would have to post 15 posts a day just to make $1.50 or $1.20. Do you get what I'm saying? I would have to post 10 shorts a day in order to even make $1, and that's only if they get over 1,000 or 2,000 views. Since this short was published, it's got over 1,050,000 views.
So, I mean, like 1,300 here, 1,300 there. On the other screen, forget that about that. So yeah, 1,300. She's definitely made 1,300 in October. I guess that's the more important screenshot. In October, she actually got paid twice for some reason. So it's like 2,600. Easy ass Brooke.
$300 off of it, but Google says,
and that's from like her YouTube channel. She posted that on her YouTube channel.
That if a YouTuber can expect to earn between 1,000 and 6,000 for 1 million views, it's a lie. All of it is a lie. Everything that they have posted on Google is a blatant fucking lie.
I'm just using what you posted, Brooke. I'm not.
YouTube pays
Google.
Creators a percentage of the revenue it makes from ads and fan funding. The RPM is the amount that a creator makes for every 1,000 views.
Yeah. Remember when you were showing us CPM and I was like, that's the wrong number to look at if you want to know how much you're earning off a video?
Multiply your RPM by 1,000 to estimate the amount you'll earn for 1 million views. For example, if your RPM is $30, you could earn $30,000 for 1 million views.
Right.
They are so full of shit. It is this is so fucking illegal. Somebody please send me an email.
It's illegal that you don't know math this bad.
This is illegal as fuck.
This is like very simple. I don't know. In Canada, there's like academic in high school and then applied, and then there's workshop. And workshop is basically, I think that's basically special ed. This is people in workshop math could have figured this out.
YouTube takes 45% of the advertising revenue. And that's only if you're an Android holder. If you're an Apple holder, Apple takes an additional 20%. So you end up with 35 or 30%. YouTube takes 45, and it's closer to 50. They take half of my donation. So if somebody sends me $1,000, they keep 500. And then Apple also takes an additional 20%. So if you send me $100, YouTube takes 50, and Apple takes 20, and they leave me with 30. It's crazy. YouTube creators generally earn between $1,200 and $6,000 for 1 million views. You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that? That's 1 million views right there. And notice that since the short was published, it got 1 million views. It says it up at the top. Since the short was published, it got over 1,050,000 views.
The short.
What was my page? Hold on one second. Doesn't make any sense. So I think the point is that you would need a substantial amount of followers. I would say between 150 and $250,000 to even actually generate enough revenue to even pay some small bills. You would have to have between 150,000 and 250,000 followers. You would have to be posting 10 to 20 times a day, which is fine. I don't have the resources to do that. My phones don't work half the time. I wish they did. If I had Starlink, I'd post all day. But you're gonna need 150 to 200,000 followers even to make money, like revenue. Like, because I'm at 60,000 followers and I'm still not making $1,000 checks. So in order to generate enough income, in my opinion, you would have to have double, if not triple or quadruple the amount of followers I have to even generate $2,000 to $3,000 a month. Do you understand what I'm saying? Unless you want to be fake and go kiss everybody's ass and put up with shit, bullying, disrespect, sexual harassment. Sure, you can be a sellout and link your OnlyFans, and you can be a sellout and start selling herbal supplements and kiss everybody's ass and play the fucking rat race. But I'm not doing that. If you haven't noticed, we're doing things differently over here.
So anecdotal evidence based off of other people who are uploading shorts say 1 million views, at least in America, is about $32. 3 million views got them $99. Some people are saying like you can make like around $100 per million views if AdSense is really good, like if it's the holiday season and advertisers are paying more for ad space. But it's not, you're not going to do gangbusters getting 1 million views on shorts. If you're in like the tens of millions of views, like 60 million views, like then you can start making a little bit of coin. But it's just different. This payout's just different. And you'd think just by trial and error, Brooke would have figured this out and even just experimented with other styles of content. But I don't know. She's stupid. She's not going to do that.
Over here, specifically the right way, so that we're not exploited even further. Because we get it. You know, if you want to sell out, then sure, you could probably make $2,000 or $3,000 a month with 100,000 followers. But if you're doing things the right way, the moral way, the ethical way, like I am, then it's going to be a lot harder to generate income. And damn near impossible, because YouTube works against you by posting lies. I've shared my financial records time and time again. I will
I got that information by making a Google search, by the way.
never be doing that again. I've went above and beyond over here, being honest, taking drug tests, for God's sakes. What the fuck? I looked at that last night. I was like, what is wrong with me? Fuck those motherfuckers, first of all. But second of all, I've been clean for years. The only people that try to say I'm on drugs are people that use drugs. So I find that interesting. Respectable people that come over here that are respectable, they know I'm not on drugs. It's just crazy. It's little things like that that I'm so done with. I will never share my financial record. I will never do anything to change anyone's mind about me, and I'm sure as hell not going to be going back and forth on the internet with drama. All of that is beneath me. It's all.
I mean, I don't even know what the best way to make money is, but my suggestion, if you're like making content on YouTube, is to try to make content in all the different styles, because like the vertical streams and the shorts and everything, like they pay less, but the exposure is like way higher because people like just be scrolling through shorts way more, and that grows your audience, and then hopefully some of that translates into your other content, like the longer form content and the horizontal videos that have a little better AdSense. But like it wouldn't make sense to just put all your eggs in one basket, because you're gonna there's benefits to making each type of content, if that makes sense. So you should be trying to kind of feed them into each other, would be my suggestion.
All beneath me. And I'm proud of myself. 100% proud of myself. Regardless, I've done what most people are incapable of doing, and I'm proud of myself. And I will continue to be proud of myself, because I should be.
I also don't take my own advice. I mostly just stream. Like I've been putting a lot of my eggs in the vertical streaming basket lately.
I cannot believe that chicken was $8 for 2 pieces. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, they are big pieces, and I'm gonna eat them tonight. I'm gonna stick one of them. I ate over half of one of them, but I'm gonna stick the other one in a pot of, I'm gonna make some soup, and I'll take the chicken off the bone and put it in the soup, because I don't want to eat just noodles. This morning though, that avocado that I had in the back, it was finally ripened enough for me to cut it, half of it. The other half of it wasn't ripe. Make it make sense. Those came from Peru. Never had that problem from the avocados from Mexico. Now we got a whole new shipment from Peru because of the tariffs. And the avocados from Peru, it took that thing almost 3 weeks to ripen, and only half of it was ripened. Weird. It's the genetic modification of fruit and vegetables that's leading to these issues. Bananas ain't even supposed to be that big, first of all. Strawberries don't even taste like strawberries anymore. The watermelon tastes like pure water. They're messing with too much of our fruit, and it shows, and our vegetables, and it shows. But I had...
Then go back to the farm, Brooke, and start a fruit farm.
Tortilla with mayonnaise, avocado, tomato, and bacon bits. And it was really good. I actually warmed it up, and it was good. That's what I had this morning for breakfast. So I ate both. And last night, I had tomato tacos for dinner. That's what I had, was those tortillas with mayonnaise, salt, pepper, and tomatoes. And then, yeah, that was it. That was it. And I had that at like 3 or 4 o'clock. And I was hungry again at like 8 or 9, but I just went to bed. So both of those tomatoes are gone, and the avocado is gone. So I need more fruits and vegetables. I just don't feel like going right now. I bet Walmart. Oh, if I am going to go, I better go before they get busy. Shit, I need a minute to think. I got too much in my head.
You were gonna go.
No, I really hate, like, I keep trying to figure out if I would rather be homeless in the winter or the summer, and honestly, I think both are absolute torture. It's gonna be absolute hell.
Why don't we just try to not be homeless? Can we strive towards that, maybe?
I haven't even been drinking those electrolytes because I want to save them for when I'm walking down the street, because they're so expensive. I know that I'm not gonna be able to afford anymore. So I've been saving what I got for when they repo the truck, so I'll have them left. It'll probably get me by for 2 or 3 days out here in this heat, walking. Oh.
Why is she spending so much on electrolytes?
Well, you know, it is what it is. I've been homeless my whole life. First, it was in the foster care system in group homes and foster homes. Then it was through the Department of Corrections. And then at 16, I was on my own homeless, and I've been homeless since. So this ain't nothing new. It's just another day in reality. Just because I've had a roof over my head at sporadic times throughout my life, those were not my homes. You know what I mean? I was still a victim. I was still held captive against my fucking will at times. And those were not my homes. Even then, with a roof over my head, I was still technically homeless. I feel so bad for Emily Pike. I know exactly what was going on that reservation. They knew that there was fucking pedophiles out there, and they were facilitating it. Instead of arresting the perpetrators.
You said you were going and you lied to us.
People do bad things and evil things. They absolutely need punished for their behavior. That means if Marissa's fat ass stole Brooke's cake, Marissa should be fired for stealing, because the institute as to which you're supposed to be buying groceries, not get stolen from. It's a fucking Walmart.
Like out fucking whatever town this is, Madison. Brooke got her fucking truck back and she's on a killing spree.
That's the problem with people. So I came to Walmart to look for this guy. So I have it on camera. I have all 4 cars on camera, and also I have on camera where they took up both lanes of the road and tried to hit me. Do you think the cops... Oh, here it is. Here it is. What are the chances?
This is the guy? Are you gonna go out and chase him now?
What are the chances? What are the chances? That looks just like the truck. Just like... Now, that one's silver, but the other one is blue. It's like it's a blilver. It's a blue silver.
Okay, so that isn't the truck then.
That's not him. That wasn't him.
Like when you call that guy a drunk and then you're like, you know what? I think he was actually buying Arizona iced tea.
But don't worry. We'll find him. We'll find him. So it is on camera. It's halfway through the video last night. You can see where they tried to hit me.
Yeah, Soroka left the internet, but he always comes back. He's just, you know, he's in his feels right now. He'll be back. He'll be back.
With a car. Cops showed up. They didn't even want to listen. It's all on camera. Everything I'm talking about is on camera. The cops show up. They don't even want to help me. The reason that the cops showed up was to get me off of the road. The cops didn't want to give me a ride or help me get anywhere. They just wanted me not to be homeless. See, I told you guys a few weeks ago that all the homeless people disappeared. They're all gone. They ran them all off. I was the only homeless in this town. Still am, apparently. So here, but he works here. The guy in the white Charger with the black stripes. The white car that was out there, I kept asking you guys who has blue on their tags. That's a Colorado tag. It's got some mountains on it. It won't be hard to find. Not in this city. That's easy to find. Somebody, Miss Pam, you said, let it go, let it go. See, that's the problem, though. When people do not pay for what they've done to others, they don't learn anything, and they continue to become a shitty person, and they continue to treat others like crap because they've never saw any kind of consequences for their behavior. You know what happens, Miss Pam? These people end up having children. Yeah, they have children, and they teach their children to behave just like they behave. They give them those morals and values. That's what they call it. They never recognize that they're actually lacking those things. But what do I know? See, that's the problem. That's how we got here. Because everybody said something, nobody said anything, and everybody just let it the fuck go. That's how we got in this situation. This is why this country looks like this. Because everybody's just been living with fucking blinders on.
Blinders. It means blinders.
I feel like percent. It's pissing me off. I take that back. There's some people, Candace, Ben, Benny, Trump, Brett. You know, there's some people that care. But how much of that is caring for money? All of them are rich. They all come from money. You know? Why is it that no poor people are ready to fight? Y'all should be arming the fuck up, ready to take your goddamn country back. I'm sick of this shit. Sick of it. I just stopped again and filled up my gas tank. So, how much money do you have left? $700. Okay. Then if you spend $20 on gas out of $700, how much do you have? If you owe rent on the first of the month, say it's $500.
You gotta get out of North Carolina. The reception is shit, Brooke.
So you get paid on the first, your truck payment is due, you only have $200, but also, I'm sorry, your rent is due. Then by the 4th, your truck payment is due. Let's say that's $500. So your rent's $500, your truck's $500. Your rent's due on the 1st, truck's due on the 4th, but you only got $200. Well, then you get paid that Friday. Let's say that it's, $600. You pay your rent. I don't know how to describe it, you guys. I don't know how to put it into words. I don't know. Every time I get a little bit of money, I save it like I always do. But it's been 3 weeks, and now I have 6 bills piled up. Do you get it? My bills keep piling up. By the time I get the money to pay one, then I have 5 motherfucking other ones waiting. I don't know how to explain it. But I can always tell the motherfuckers that's never paid a bill in their life because they're in my comment section running that shit eater. I don't know how to
just let her grift in peace, goddammit.
Explain it. It's never enough. That's all I fucking know. It's never a fucking enough. Bullshit. This fucking economy is bullshit. I'm trying to figure out how to put it into words. Okay. Say your rent is due on the 1st. You're supposed to pay $500. Well, you only have $100 to your fucking name. You know you're going to get paid on Friday. So that $100 that you have has to make it till Friday. So that's your gas, your food, your surviving. That's money to just live on for the fucking week. It costs money to breathe now. You get your paycheck, but your paycheck is only $400. But you had to have that $100 to fucking survive on, to even get to work. This is how it happens. Then I don't have the $500 because I had to have the money to get to work. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know how to put
The tornado at Walmart?
it into words.
There was like a real tornado at Walmart?
I do know one thing. If this motherfucker doesn't get out of my way. It's 60! Oh God, this handicap. Stop fucking buying cars when you're handicapped. Look at him all over the road. He does not need to be on the road. But go buy a new Volvo, Grandpa. You can't even keep it between the fucking lines. Look at him. Y'all, I cannot make this shit up. This is what I'm talking about. This is not okay. He is putting everyone's life in danger, and it is very clear to me that he is too old to be behind the wheel of that car. Look at him. Is he drunk or is he old? I don't fucking know.
It's on his way to Country Kitchen Buffet.
We're gonna go with old because he's got a handicap sticker. I'm not stressed. I think that
That's true. Okay. Alright, you guys fooled me.
you guys mistaken my anger for stress.
Hmm.
And I'm allowed to be angry. That's what's gonna bring change, honey. That's what's gonna bring change, because this shit's not okay. Not on my fucking watch. Not on my watch. You might treat your mama like that, but you ain't gonna treat me like that. You know, the real racists are people that would steal from other people just because they're white. That's racism.
The real racist, huh?
Treating me funny as soon as I come up to cash out my things. That's real racism. The bombastic side eye. Because
The bombastic side eye.
I'm skinny and pretty and cute. Like I chose, like I had a one-on-one fucking meeting with Jesus before I was born. And I picked, you know? You see how I got out of the way because that man was walking? You see how I got to the shoulder of the yeller line?
The yeller line.
Because
Yeah, the one with like death and shit in it.
I know
That's
why.
in the title.
Innocent, and they think I'm an easy target. I know why. Well, that shit ended a long time ago, honey. Yeah, exactly, Tabby. At least you know what I'm going through. Flight or fight. Exactly. People are always gonna come and say, oh, you should have done this, you should have done that. They ain't never been through anything you ever gonna go through, honey. Nothing. Oh, and it's not an old man, it's a young guy. Why does he have a handy cat sticker? Weird. Weird. Then don't be here, you fucking bitch.
Fucking vertical mode.
Goodbye. Well, he did. It must have been his daddy's car. Blue Blitz. That's what I'm saying. It was probably his parents' or his grandma's car or something. Oh, is your tag TW? Are you talking about like your license plate has a little handicap sticker on it?
The bombastic side eye.
It's not ignorant. Actually, given where I am, over 60% of the population in the town that I live in is boomers. Over 60%. Everybody in this town is dying. We have no young people growing up. Do you see what I'm saying? It's all old boomers out here. And actually, it's generational wealth boomers. All of these people have money. You see all this land? All this land is owned by people that own these little houses. They're all dying, you know what I mean?
So when are we gonna hunt these people down, Brooke?
No, I have a place card. Oh, yeah. So his license plate had a little handicap sticker on it. Hey, Nikki. Yeah, it is stressful. And it's been like this for months because YouTube won't pay me. Where's my check? I don't fucking know. Am I ever gonna get it? Probably not. Right on par with the rest of the world stealing from me. Every time I work for somebody, they steal from me.
There we go.
Nobody.
I was thinking that too, like her fucking speedometers are blinking. I don't know why. I thought maybe that was like a camera thing.
Oh, see, this is what I'm talking about, Pam. Blocked. I mean, y'all are so fake. You're so fake. You say you want me to, you want the best for me. I know what's best for me. Have you been homeless? Have you been raped and molested for 17 years? I know what's best for me. Every time I fucking take fucking, oh wow, I'm a scam. Okay, yeah. We're just gonna cut these off because I ain't listening to it. I ain't listening to it. Ain't it crazy how jealous people get when you have an opinion, when you're able to say this is fucking wrong? People just...
Well, because they just saw you pretend like to have your truck repoed and they gave you a bunch of money and now it's back to business as usual.
Come after you. People just come after you because they hate themselves. Has nothing to do with me. Every single person wants to see me fucking fail. Why? Because they hate themselves. Pathetic. Say you have my back and then you come and start talking shit in my comment section. You're not saying shit to me. I've listened to it my whole fucking life. I'm not listening to it anymore. This is my channel. This is what I plan to do. If you don't get it, then I can't help it. See,
just play that for the fucking the simps that come in here. Oh, this is the wrong screen. I was like, why does this look different?
Life. I'm not listening to it anymore. This is my channel. This is what I plan to do. If you don't get it, then I can't help it.
Yeah, can't help you if you don't get it.
See, that's the problem with society. This is exactly why we have bullies out here behaving this way. So I had multiple people try to kill me last night.
Yeah, okay.
Got it all on camera. Go watch, please. Thanks. And still and yet, people are telling me I need to leave my town. That shows me right there how ignorant you are. See, homeless people are registered. That's right. I have to stay here in order to get help from the state. In order to get Medicaid and food stamps, I have to be in this county. That's how it works. Can't just take off. Shows how much people fucking know. Really does. It shows how much people fucking know. You know, my therapist, she said, Brooke, stop taking advice from people that are not as smart as you. I didn't know what she meant. I'm starting to get it. I'm starting to fuck get it. Starting to fucking get it. And I sit down and try to describe to people what it feels like to be out there, not able to eat and feed yourself and having, you know, that you need. And I have no doubt that God put me through this so that I can talk about the homelessness problem. I have no doubt now. No doubt. I got people on the road trying to kill me. People are telling me to leave my hometown. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You're what's wrong with the world. You're complicit. You're complicit, and that makes you just as bad. Makes you just as bad. When you see something and don't say it, that makes you just as bad. If you see some woman getting raped, you're just as bad as that rapist. Absolutely. Do not interfere and try to save that woman. You're just as bad as the rapist.
And when have we ever saw Brooke interfere with anybody's shit?
It talks about these things in the Bible, but what do I know?
Does it?
What do I know?
Not the Bible.
I'm not complicit in evil. If y'all want to go be complicit in evil, go ahead. Let Marissa steal your property, you know. But that wouldn't matter to you because you have a job. You have money. So you can't even comprehend what it must feel like to spend your last $2 on some fucking cake and then have it fucking missing.
I want to spend my last $2 on cake.
You can't comprehend it until you go through it. Period. So, you know, that's why God putting me through this. Nothing is ever going to change if you just roll over and take it up the ass, Susan. Change doesn't come that way.
The title of this was, I got it on camera. Who thinks the cops will help? What did you get on camera? Your psychosis?
Matter of fact, generation after generation, we see that that parents, people, are failing their children. God is non-existent in this country anymore. It's no coincidence that so are morals and values. They go hand in hand. We got rid of God, and now everybody is a piece of shit. They are. The majority of civilization are shitty humans. It's a fact. And I hate sounding cynical, I really do, but it's true. It's absolutely true. And as much as I want to see the good in the world, the fact is there's not much of it anymore. Because people are evil, and other people are complicit in letting those people be evil. And nobody says shit. Nobody says shit. No, they tell you to move out of your fucking hometown. They tell you to move out of your hometown. Oh my God.
I mean, the one you don't want to live in, the one that's why you go to Jacksonville all the time. That
Stupid
hometown?
people. You can't make this shit up. You can't. You can't make it up. Yeah, so I have the video of the two guys trying to hit me where they took 2 lanes of the road and walk.
Oh, it like literally cut, and then this is the other stream. But this stream is an hour, and I don't want to be here for another hour. So I'm gonna go. If she goes back, maybe I'll come back. I don't know. Don't know. I'm excited for Tony tonight. Tony's been going off the fucking rails. Hopefully he ends up in jail. I don't know. Him and Lynn got back together again last night, and then she threw him out again. And then someone in the chat said he was in court today, which is pretty crazy too. So, excited for that. I'm burnt out from Brooke right now. So I'll see you guys maybe later today, maybe tomorrow. If you're around for Tony, I'll be here today for sure. And yeah, that's it. Take care, guys.